Yeah? You can hear things?
What? Oh, there's a delay.
Hello?
I can't hear
Hello?
you.
Hello?
I am the sound test.
I shall also speak.
I don't hear dripping. Is that
And
wrong?
I hear it.
You have the stream muted?
I can hear it.
Yeah. It's the stream volume.
I didn't have it muted, but I did have it very low.
I hear dripping. No, I still hear dripping. Oh. That's why did you love us?
If he really loved us, he wouldn't be moving to Colorado.
Agreed. He's a monster.
Hmm.
Oh, in order for
Hi.
moo,
Hello. You're a monster.
like the energy drink.
You are what you eat.
Drink?
I often eat liquids.
Yeah. We're all does it? We represent the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild,
Added-
the Lollipop Guild.
There.
That would
should
be a
work now.
buck. That would be a buck wild stream to watch, though. That you can only hear the characters and not the DM.
That would be pretty crazy.
G.
All right, there we go.
You?
For the love. Knit.
Hmm?
Well, Alex
Yep.
said G, and then Adam said U, and I said
I said
knit.
Q.
Oh, I heard U.
Oh.
Thought we were
GQ
doing
knit.
G unit.
GQ unit's very different nowadays.
GQ unit.
I remember when I used to play D&D.
Okay. Now that everything's set up, I'm stupid.
Chaotic energy. I love it.
Oh, I'm dying.
Shh, 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 shh.
You're down in them there caverns.
All right.
All right.
Damn.
I start walking down the unknown path.
So you took a short rest, correct?
Yes.
And you guys are headed out?
I
Did
assume
you just wander off on your own?
Well, I pointed at the map and no one said anything.
Take the shortcut.
Well, we got distracted.
Yeah,
I want to head back.
Okay, council stands. Council stands.
Council's
still pointing
going.
at the map.
Bye.
Like the southeast.
You going down this path?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that away.
That appears to be a faster route back to the entrance of the cave.
Agreed.
What could go wrong?
Let's
Well,
ensure we're
everything
quiet.
could go wrong.
Like a council could turn into a monster again.
I would prefer not to fight any more of those beetle creatures. So if we could proceed with relative silence, it would be ideal.
I was sleeping. Did we discuss why council attacked us?
I fill in Tizol and everything. Done. How's that for roleplay?
While Council is filling in Tizol, Wander, Felix, and Revan, make me a perception check.
Filling him in too loudly.
So anyway, I punched Felix in the butthole.
OMG!
8.
7.
8.
Yeah. Did Barnabas also say 8, or was that Jack saying 8 twice?
No, he
No,
said
that was me.
7, didn't he?
Oh my goodness, you guys.
Council and I would probably be listening to things.
You're listening to each other. You're having an intimate
Yeah.
conversation about why he decided to kill you.
Intimate is a little presumptuous, but okay.
He's riding on my back.
So nobody notices until looking, if you're looking at this area, so you're still standing at this little like T intersection. Hold on, actually, let me zoom in. Oh, that helped a lot, right there. So you're still standing at this T intersection. When from around the corner, down the way of the rails, you see a dwarven figure step out from behind the corner.
What?
Oh, it was
Well,
one that
and-
we recognize?
No. You would not recognize him. But so while Council and Tizal are having this conversation, this figure kind of appears and stands there for a while and listens as you talk. At which point would you stop and address him?
Assuming council doesn't notice him, he's gonna keep talking and walking.
So this is assuming you have not left yet.
Oh, I assumed we were explaining while leaving. But yeah.
If you want to explain and leave, then never mind. You don't even see him.
Well, I'll fill in him before leaving.
Okay.
I also assumed we were walking and talking.
Okay. I mean, we can go with that. That's fine.
Don't take my roleplay away.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, we don't want to stick around and fight more Umber Hulk.
Right.
Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you guys take off.
Was he trying to be quiet? Did we notice him as we're leaving?
He doesn't exist.
Oh.
We
Yeah,
rolled
we talked
so
about-
poorly.
How about you and Tizal make me a perception check before you leave?
What are my elf ears here?
Come on, big money.
Helm,
A
sorry.
6!
Okay.
Where I
So
left off last time.
Caved in your ears. Well, I rolled an 18.
Ooh.
Plus 5. 23.
Okay. So after you guys take your short break, Sledge and Jurgen left probably close to 30 minutes ago. But you're still laying on the ground. Tizal is still recovering from his injuries. Council, you hear what sounds like the echoing of whistling coming from down the pathway to the north. So coming down the way of the rails, where the rails continue to go.
Okay. He immediately stops his, in the middle of his sentence and kind of holds a finger to his ear and stands around a corner, kind of like on at an edge to the entrance so he can wait for whatever's coming to come.
Okay. Would the rest of you follow suit?
Yes.
Hold a finger to his ear.
Okay. You all go kind of around to the corner and just wait quietly and listen. And as you stand there, the whistling gets louder. Until eventually you see a dwarven figure walk around the corner, who does not notice you guys. He turns to the right, following the rails, looking at the rails on the ground. He stops and he says, "Now, that's gonna be a right mess." And he gets down on his knees and he kind of like starts pushing some of the dust and rubble away from around the rails. Do you guys do anything? Just let him do his work.
Council clears his throat to gently alert him to our presence.
He, like mid brushing, stops, kind of lowers his hands to his side, and he's on his knees and he just kind of sits up straight.
I walk out.
And his back is still turned to you.
Okay.
So he now hears footsteps at least behind him, and you see him like slowly turning around to face you. When you can see his face, you see a very typical looking dwarven, wearing like very dirty clothing, but clearly like lived in clothing,
Okay.
kind of just caked in dust and mud. Like some thick, like canvas pants, like big boots. He's got like basically like an apron of some kind on. He's got just jet black hair, slicked back, and he's got kind of like Luca was like towards the end of his haircut. Like he's got his hair pulled back, like tied into kind of a bun, and then he just has this like long, just bushy, crazy beard.
Incredibly
Okay.
handsome.
Yeah, incredibly handsome. That's right, Luca. Yes. And he turns around and he sees you all out of the corner of his eye. So, well, this is awkward.
Greetings, stranger. We mean no harm if the same is for you.
Seeing as how I am at the disadvantage, no, I do not mean you any harm.
We were just on our way out and heard your whistling. Decided to take a cautious approach and wait for you to come first.
As you're
Apologies.
talking,
Yeah.
he stands up to his feet and kind of like brushes himself off a little bit. He says,
Apologies for any alarm.
no, no worries. What brings y'all down here?
So have you found that your whistling doesn't attract the gigantic bugs out of the walls of the caves?
Not usually.
Hmm.
No. They also don't seem to go up north too far. They seem to stay down here. He kind of peers into the dark. He says, Felix?
Am I still concealed?
Are you concealed?
Yeah, I was gonna do something.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Speak up then. Say you're gonna do something.
I am going to. I was just trying to remember the name of the spell that I picked. It's like this. It's not disguise self.
Alter self?
Yes, that's it.
Okay.
I am the PHP.
I'm basically going to cast alter self on myself to make myself look like a peak dwarf.
Okay.
That does not look like Felix.
Are
That looks like Bjorn.
you still wearing your suit?
It changes like everything.
Okay.
Alter self
Wow.
is like better disguise self.
Okay. Then never mind. He doesn't say Felix.
Yeah, and when he does, he's gonna do that out of sight and then pop out.
Okay. So then looking at you, you would say, what are you doing down here?
And do Peak Dorn have the southern accent as well?
We haven't given them an accent yet, so you would
Listen.
probably know that. Yeah, they have some form of southern accent.
What did he
Well,
ask?
howdy do.
Oh no!
Shoot.
And alter
So-
self does change how my voice sounds too.
Okay.
And does his voice sound familiar?
Looking at him, yes, you do recognize him.
Oh gosh, who is this?
You know him as Frode. Frode.
Is he? Do I know him from the Breakers or from the
Yes.
city?
You know him from the Breakers.
We that Felix is disguised, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He just
What did he ask me again? Sorry.
he asked you what you're doing down here. Prior to that, he asked everybody else what they were doing down here.
Seeing that Felix is disguised and not sure how his voice handles things, Council is just gonna like speak up and answer.
Okay.
We are from the city to the east of Oren, and a handful of citizens
Did you say
We're-
east of Oren?
east of here, the city called Oren.
Okay.
A handful of humans were traveling under these mountains in an attempt to set up trade with the Dwarven, and we unfortunately perished. We came to recover their belongings. Now that we have discovered such, we are leaving.
All right.
May I ask your business down here, stranger?
Absolutely. I am simply over here to repair the rails.
Is that your allotment in life?
That's an interesting question. See, the Dorn proper, they would probably answer that they have one lot in life. I don't see eye to eye with that. Rather, I do what I need to. And right now, these rails need to be repaired.
I see.
What are y'all using these rails for?
For transporting goods.
This isn't the normal Dwarven highway.
You're absolutely right. Do you come down here often?
No. I'm from Orin,
Do you? All right.
just like the rest of you.
No, we primarily use these rails for transporting goods from where we are actively investigating and mining to our camps up north. The kingdom isn't too fond of our activities, so we primarily keep to ourselves. Try not to interfere.
Interesting. Well, we have no intention of interfering with your activities.
All right.
The kingdom is on the map.
The kingdom is Touchstone.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's what
Yeah,
that
we were
is.
pretty close.
Yeah. So
Yep.
Touchstone is the kingdom of the Dwarn. It's the capital.
Got it.
All of these like black holes on the map, these are the different exits out of the mines.
Okay, okay.
And the red is walkable path. I'm imagining.
That is where it is mined, where you can
mined.
see
Got it.
visibly that like the Dwarn have used some kind of instrument to like carve out this path.
Got it.
You don't know if it was there before or if they mined it out themselves prior, but it is mined.
Got it.
The brown is where there is more natural cave formations.
Gotcha.
Which this entire way that you guys traveled here is more natural, minus of course the rails down the middle of them.
Right.
Got it.
The dwarven addresses you. He says, "Now, this may come as a bit out of the blue, but any of y'all be carrying any of this shiny rock that you see down here? Have you seen any of it around?"
We have seen glimpses of it in the walls. Nothing of a large presence, unfortunately.
Sure.
Certainly is a lot in some of those big beetle things.
Yes, we've had our fair share of those as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, we pretty much wiped them out up north. That's why they stayed to the south.
Unfortunately, we've encountered 3.
You've encountered 3 of them.
Correct, following what we assume is the primary road from the east toward the city, and then heading off into the less refined sections of this maze.
There was a bit of noise that may have been attracting them to us.
They do tend to go towards the noise. All right. Well,
Why are you looking for these stones?
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh boy. 9.
Says, "That's our business." He pulls a flask off of his hip.
It's got Mountain Dew in it.
He does.
Was that
It's a
not
gamer
Fanta?
dwarf.
I'm
It's
joining
Baja,
the breaks.
Baja Punch.
Oh, I thought it was
I need to try
Fanta.
that.
How fitting.
Why is that fitting?
Mountain Dew.
Ah, because you're under the mountains? Yeah.
Assuming none of my companions have any more questions for our strange friend here. Not
We
strange
should be
friend.
on our way back to the city.
Agreed. The sooner we can leave, the better.
Do you mind entertaining a couple questions from me?
We are in your
Very
home.
tired.
Do you often see other Dwarn up there in Orin?
We have seen some.
Were they like your friend here? Or were
Have
they
we seen
more
Chasm?
like me?
I don't think so.
Have
Who
we
is-
seen any
there
chasm
was-
living in Orin?
I don't think so.
No.
Who
Only
was the
people-
Dorn that was with the Magister? Was that a Peak Dorn?
He was a peak Dwarn.
Yeah. The Dorn we have seen are more like our friend here, pointing to Bjorn / Felix, as opposed to the Yorkin who live under the mountains.
Make me a deception.
I was gonna say.
Deception check.
But I'm not deceiving him?
You are directly lying to him.
You travel with a chasm Dwarn every day.
Right.
Right, but
technically
what I
said look-
said was the ones we've seen look like this guy, not like
You've
you.
seen Felix every day.
All right, fair enough. Oh,
Can I lie for Adam?
Oh no.
Can I help?
what type of
It's a
what type of role did you
deception.
say? Oh,
Your
good thing I'm high in
charisma-based
charisma.
character.
Yeah, 12.
If I do an
12.
interpretive dance, can I give him a boost? I can believe him.
Says,
What are we of the same cast?
no, you're not.
Okay, or
No.
cast. Okay.
Says, all right. Well, if you do see any like me out there, just be wary.
May I ask what brings this warning?
Your friend here may not know about the workings of the Dwarn down here. But the Chasm Dwarn, you see, they're pretty strict with who gets to stay in and who gets to stay out. If they're out, it generally means they're a bad guy. They've done something to deserve it.
Very well. It is good to know.
Yeah. That's all the questions I've got for you.
Now, aren't you outside of the city as well?
That I am.
Does this
Are
make
you a bad guy?
That I am.
Then perhaps we should be on our way.
You're free to leave.
I start walking and offer him a nod and silent farewell.
Okay.
I join council, but I frequently glance backwards.
Okay. Yeah, as soon as you guys turn to walk away, he turns away from you and he goes over to the rails and he starts doing what he was doing before.
Okay.
Did he have any tools, like any noticeable out of the ordinary tools on him? Oh, we lost Luca.
Yeah, Luca's gone.
Oh, no.
Okay. Just make me a perception check. Like,
Okay.
what? You're just looking to see if he had any tools?
Yeah, but I mean, not just like a little simple hammer or something. Anything that would have stood out or seemed like a bigger
jackhammer
type
or-
tool for a Dorn or like a weapon, setting him apart.
Okay.
A
Man, I am
bandolier of
not rolling
dynamite.
well. 13.
13.
Yeah.
He had a tool belt on. I mean, so he had just some simple tools.
Okay.
Nothing too fancy. Nothing that would stand out or say like, "Oh, that's special. Like I should remember that."
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So not a golden hammer.
Not a golden hammer. No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Have a
Well,
golden
that's what I mean. Obviously, it wasn't going to be a golden hammer, but that's what
Right.
got me to thinking. Like maybe he's got something else that could. Yeah.
Key number 2, kill him.
Yep.
All right.
Is Luca coming back?
Yeah, I'm restarting my laptop, but my dad's calling me randomly, so I'm gonna step away for a sec.
Okay.
You guys keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
I start walking.
Okay.
Yep.
So immediately upon heading down this way, you notice that the walkways are even smaller. So whereas they were wide enough to get a cart through before, now they are not. They're like barely enough to get your shoulders through. Like Wander is probably uncomfortable for most of this journey.
Okay.
But as you are walking, you can see again, just every once in a while, you'll catch like that little bit of light of something coming through from some of the alchemite that's been left behind, just like little shards of it that are still embedded in the walls. It's more damp in this portion as well. Just the walls seem to be more oozy almost, not like moss or anything like that or like mold, but just like they're damp.
Yeah.
There's moisture here.
Okay.
Sure.
And as you are continuing, it's getting a little bit warmer. So as you went down, right, it was getting colder and colder and colder until it just kind of leveled out. So now it's starting to warm back up as you get closer to an area that is not underneath the ground as much.
Okay.
So you journey for, let's see here. First, you see, obviously, there's this big passage off to your left. Past that, continue. You see another passage off to your left. And then you come to this T junction. This part of the journey takes, because of the difficult conditions in which you're traveling, probably the better part of an hour to get
Okay.
through.
Before we turn right to get back to the path we were originally on, I'd like to take a peek to the left and take a few paces down there, like not leaving the group, but just to get a peek, make sure there's nothing crazy going on down there or
Okay.
noteworthy.
Okay. And do you have some kind of light that you are carrying with you? I'm assuming like a torch or something like that.
I
Yeah.
mean, my Dungeoneer's pack gives me a set of torches, so yeah, I can. So I would be somebody carrying one at this point then to
Okay.
let the group know I'm just going off for 30 seconds or whatever and not leaving them.
Okay. Yeah, so peeking down the other way, you can see that whereas this part of the walk has been pretty flat, you haven't really been like going up or anything. The turn to the left, you can see that is very quickly becomes a sloping incline.
After that first hour, Felix remains Bjorn for that hour.
Okay.
So just the whole time. When he changes back to Felix, he kind of chuckles. They're warning people about me. Feel a bit flattered.
Seems you have a bit of a reputation.
So how big of a danger was that particular gentleman? I did happen to notice that when we first ran into him, he didn't say he meant us no harm until he had assessed that there were a lot more of us than of him.
I noticed the same.
So what can you tell me about Frodin?
Frode is kind of the second in charge. Like he was like the go-to guy. For
so he is important.
for who you knew to be the leader of the Breakers at the time that you were there.
Interesting.
It's a bit interesting he was out here on his own. He was sort of second in command.
From what Jurgen told us, it seemed he was with the Breakers, correct?
Yes.
And that is how you recognize him?
Yes.
Interesting.
Assume they're gathering more alchemite for those suits of armor.
Let's hope that doesn't become a threat to Auron in the future.
Are you guys continuing to talk as you walk, or are you just pausing and talking at that T section?
Yeah, totally
walking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
So when we say Rhoda was second in command of the Breakers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and sorry, second in command is not necessarily correct. He was the right hand man. He was the go-to guy for the leader. He didn't actually like the leader of the Breakers, and Felix would know this and probably share this. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe he wouldn't. The leader of the Breakers is he was in charge. Period. Like very militaristic. Like what he says goes. Frode was just like his go-to guy if he needed something done. He didn't often get his hands dirty himself.
Okay.
I kind of say a little more whispered this time. How you feeling, Tizal?
I do need a rest. If I am to
You're coming in pretty quiet, at least for me.
Yeah, you're very quiet.
Yeah.
You guys hear me? Can you guys hear me okay right now?
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's way better.
Okay. That was just Tizal's voice in the moment. I am
Whispering Tizal does not get picked up well.
fair. I am requiring a rest if I am meant to perform to my best capabilities, but I can continue.
Hopefully we will be at the city before sundown.
I was thinking of having someone stay behind for a few minutes in case we're being trailed.
I'm comfortable doing so.
I am good at lying in the shadows.
Someone like Tizal, who's
Aren't you?
also fast.
Is Tizal still, like, wounded?
Yeah, I'm good.
We short rested.
Yeah, so Council looks over to
Good breather.
Are you
I'm
sure
good.
you want to be alone?
Yeah, yes. I will manage. I am good at engaging and disengaging and running fast.
Is that hubris or confidence?
Yes. I know one of those words. So yes,
Just
do both.
Would you care for a boost before you endeavored on such a adventure?
I will not turn it down, certainly.
just these branches of the cave. See if anyone else passes by.
Also, to better inform Tizal's decision, I don't know if you were here for that part of the conversation, but I said that this part of the cave, because it's more natural, it is very small. Like, it's wide enough for your shoulders, so you would not be able to fly here.
Yeah, sure.
And there's no stealth, right? Like you're in a tube.
You can still be stealthy.
Oh,
yeah,
you would have to move slowly to be stealthy. You
I was thinking,
couldn't,
like,
move
in
full speed.
like one of the forks, like duck into that tunnel, and if they're following us, they'll probably go the way we're going.
Yeah. So the idea being essentially you guys want Tizal to bail into a different fork, not following, and just keep an eye out for anyone that passes by
Yeah,
that
like,
would be following the party.
just wait like 20 minutes. That's all.
Yeah, we can do that.
If you are to wait alone and someone does pass you by, they will be between you and us. What is the purpose of your scouting in that case?
That is a good point. I had not considered.
Unless you wish to call loudly.
Ah!
If someone's following us, maybe it would be good to take care of them.
They will follow to the entrance of the cave. I can navigate my way around them if needed.
Or, can you hear me out on this one briefly? We just start walking and get out of these tercing, forsaken tunnels and back to where the sun shines down on decent people.
That's also an option. We could pick up the pace.
Yeah. If you wish to stay and scout, that is fine. But we will be leaving regardless of who is following us.
Something happened and I didn't hear what Frodo, that was his name, had to
Frodo.
say. So I will trust the instinct of the group. If if not Felix, another person not named Felix. Jurgen? No, not Jurgen.
Bjorn.
What was your
Bjorn.
alias? Bjorn. If Bjorn thinks it is a good idea, I will do so.
Oxnard von Schmier.
Smear.
Technically, with Alter Self, I could change my race too, so I could be a human named Oxnard von Schmier.
I can't recommend that enough.
Maybe next time I need to do it, I'll do that.
Amazing. Okay.
House is gonna keep walking.
All right.
So what's the decision? Do you want Tizzle Scout or no?
We can keep going.
Okay.
Okay. And then you guys take a southern turn, and as you go, this way is continuing to be quite narrow, and it has taken a slight incline, not as much as what Revan saw down the left-hand path, but it is slowly heading upward. And you can see right about the half-hour mark when you get to this little elbow in the path, that the pathway becomes even narrower. To the point where you can still travel through, but claustrophobia would be a big deal here. You're probably moving at 3/4 of your normal speed.
I'll say that I would want to be either looking out for or listening, like with the concern of us potentially being followed. Tizal would probably like be keeping an eye out behind this, and maybe even like scouting a little bit ahead and looking for any type of tracks that might lead him to believe that something might be coming their way.
So what is the marching order? Just for like who is leading, who is behind? Because at this point, like when you guys go into this even narrower part, you probably wouldn't be able to like sneak past one another.
I was assuming council was first, but if Tizol wants to go first, then that's
I would
I-
assume I'm sneakier, so I think I would want to go first to
To be
keep an eye
further
out.
ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Felix can go
I'm not-
second because he can probably see the furthest.
Okay.
I guess.
How bad are things for Wander right now?
I mean, you're uncomfortable for sure.
Okay,
Um,
but I mean,
you're never able
don't
to
feel like
stand up like full height. You're hunched over like the entire time. Luckily, due to your build, I mean, you're more slight than other people are, so you may not have as hard a time like, just
Okay.
being too thick. But you can. It's uncomfortable with the way that you have to bend and just constantly be hunched over.
okay.
As-
Revan would have definitely been at the back since he had gone down that path to kind of look, so he would have been kind of catching up shortly after to get back to the back end of the group.
Okay.
I would say, yeah,
well,
Wander
I'll be-
would be second from the back.
Yeah. So one council's in the middle.
Okay, so it goes Tizal, then Felix, then Council, Wander, Revan.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Tizol. Before you get too far ahead, I placed markers at the entrance of each of these tunnels to see if there was movement as we were traveling. Please check them as we approach.
Yes, thank you.
And since you specifically said you were going to be like looking for something, why don't you give me a perception check, Luca? Tizal. Just kind of listening out for anything.
Oofta doofta.
13.
You guys got to shake the dust off.
Right.
Except for Alex. Alex rolled pretty well.
Yeah.
13.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really hear anything, and it's hard with how small and long these little caves are to be able to really hear much outside of just like the sound of you guys rubbing up against rock and like bumping into things and like your packs like knocking up against stuff.
So I guess listening or looking is one thing, but like, are there any markings on the ground that would lead me to believe this is like a traveled path that we should be concerned that we might run into anything?
You don't think just with the size of this tunnel, it's probably very often traveled.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, keep marching forward.
Okay. Yeah, Felix is probably the most comfortable in this area just because of his size.
He's stretching.
I mean, like it's honestly like probably just a few inches above Felix's head. So like the rest of you have to duck to like get through here. Wander is very uncomfortable. But as you make your way to this second elbow in the pathway, this is close to about another hour since you left that first elbow, just because of the speed at which you're traveling. The path does begin to open up just slightly. So like every couple feet, it'll get a couple inches wider, whatever. As you travel, you do eventually see Tizal. Now that you are in an area that you can at least stand shoulders, you're not having to go through sideways. You can stand up more straight. You can see this bigger opening tunnel that you guys had traveled through before. Why don't you give me a perception check, see if you can see if anybody disturbed the markings that Council left.
Oh, you do it.
8.
I mean, it looks like there's some like rocks on the ground or something. I don't know. It looks pretty normal to you. But you guys,
Yeah, I would say that. We tell the
I-
group.
I trust our scout. Smiley face. And keep
Shade,
going.
subtle shade. All right. You step out into the cave, or out into this bigger opening. And this is the biggest tunnel you've been in, for over 24 hours now. You were down in kind of those smaller areas.
Oh, luxurious.
Yeah, so the fact that, like, yeah, you can walk like 4 across at this point is quite relieving. Wander is doing much better, certainly.
I stretch and keep walking.
Okay. Man, well, it's like now Wander's dropping off. All right, you guys make your way back up this tunnel that you previously had come down, and it's the same tunnel. Nothing has really changed, at least noticeably. There's a steady incline. Yep, Wander's able to stretch. He can't even touch the ceiling of this larger tunnel. Just walking through.
Yeah.
I would keep looking on the ground for markings, like if something came through here that maybe previously hadn't come through here. Just being paranoid.
Okay.
We'll check the entrance to that first branch that we passed, just to see if like Jones came back and is stuck there, or if there's really blood.
Here, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you get to that point in the cave, it's been about another 3 hours of just walking steadily uphill.
Okay.
When you get there, the little red wagon is nowhere to be seen. Joan is nowhere to be seen.
Okay. No blood or anything.
Make me a perception check.
A whale.
Blood everywhere.
There's blood everywhere.
12 plus 5, 17.
17. No blood.
Cool.
Nothing
Fine.
seems amiss.
Council tells the group that he's pretty sure Joan at least left the cave.
Okay.
I will be super heightened and ready as we approach the mouth of this entrance, just because as we were approaching the first time, we saw that big creature passing by. We don't want to catch it on its return hunting trip as we're leaving, so kind of prepared for that.
Okay. So it does take you another hour and a half to 2 hours to reach the mouth of the cave. But, I mean, since this is just a straight shot, you can see sunlight from like a quarter of a mile away from the exit of this tunnel.
Cool.
I mean, it starts as obviously just like a little, pinprick of sunlight, but you can see that there is an end to this tunnel. Wait. Go ahead.
Should
Go ahead, Ruben.
Sorry, we're all trying to say something. Should we make camp in the cave before we attempt to take the journey back to Orin?
Are we tired?
I mean, we probably are.
It was midday. It's probably night now.
It's been about 5 hours, almost 6 hours. So it's early evening. If anything, you might be a bit hungry, but you could probably keep going.
If everyone wishes to stay here for the night, that's fine, but I don't see a reason to.
I feel we should take advantage of the nighttime and travel across the desert.
I tend to agree.
And the sooner we can get Wanda outside, the better.
Hey, well, if everyone is up for it, I'm certainly happy to travel at night.
Wander and I can go scout the mouth of the cave and get him some sunlight while the others make camp in the cave, and we can come back and stay until nightfall.
Why?
I feel like we should,
Yeah.
if we're going to
Didn't
wait.
the whole group just say to go?
Well, I think he's saying wait for nightfall.
Oh,
Yeah.
So it's safe to cross the desert. What we could
Group
do,
is staying in camp.
what we could do is we're not quite sure if the big thing comes in the cave, right?
Why, I'm all for caution, but I'm confused about this excessive hesitance. Why aren't we just continuing?
We should just push on then.
Yeah, let's pick up
Sure.
and go.
It's almost dusk anyway.
Yeah, if no one's
Walking.
Daytime is more dangerous?
I just didn't
It's
want to run
evening.
into the thing.
we've traveled at daytime twice.
Yeah.
And yeah, once we get to the entrance, we can scout it out. But we don't have to scout an hour from the entrance.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. When you get to the mouth of the cave, you see the same large opening into the side of the cave that you saw before. Looking ahead of you, now that you're out into the open air at least, there is what you can see a little red wagon that's been pulled about 50 feet out from the mouth of the cave and left there.
Is it empty?
Oh,
No.
I think she wanted us to pull it back for her.
right. Yeah, she wanted us to take it because she couldn't carry it across the sand herself. I remember now. Okay. Oof.
Is there a body next to it?
Make me a perception
Any-
check.
Any damage to the wagon?
As you guys are going up to inspect it?
definitely.
Being very careful. It's outside the cave, right?
It is, yeah. So it's 50 feet outside of the cave into the sand.
Okay, I'm going to assume the creature is out there until proven otherwise. So, being very quiet.
Check this. Don't be focused on the wagon while we're approaching it. Be focused on the surroundings.
Right. I'll stay at the mouth of the cave and let the quiet, non-heavy armored people go out first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Revan walks up to it.
I would scout ahead as well to get a look to see if there are any creatures.
Okay. Then Revan, why don't you make me a perception check specifically related to like the area around the wagon, and Tizal, you can make me a perception check looking for creatures, for baddies.
Are we like looking together since the two of us are walking together? Would one of us give advantage or something?
Nope. You're looking for two
Okay,
different
7.
things.
7.
Mine is mine perception or survival by chance? 'Cause,
Perception.
You know, look at
Perception.
14.
14. Okay.
Yeah.
You, Tizal, looking around, you don't see anything, at least from ground level. So you kind of take off into the sky to see if you can get a better look. You can see far on the horizon to the south, there is a figure of some kind, but it's long way away from where you are right now. If you were to leave, you would be fine. Revan, you looking around at the cart and kind of its surrounding area, you can see some kind of like heavy footprints and the wheel tracks of this little wagon up to the point where it is stopped. And you can see that there, what appears to be like a fair amount of struggling. Looks like Joan just basically tried to pull it as far as she could until it got stuck in the sand. And then she wasn't able to get it to go any further. And so she just abandoned it, left for you guys to bring back with her. The wheels itself are like basically like ground down into the sand at this point, like barely visible.
I attempt to to free the wagon a bit and then to start pulling it.
Okay.
I don't know how heavy it is, if I can kind of like lift it up and get it out of there, if I'm
Why don't you
capable of doing that.
just make me a strength check?
Okay.
Warlock strength check. All right.
Oh my goodness. 8.
Laden with the ore that it is, you are not able to free it from the sand.
Oh, give me a hand with this wagon. It's stuck in the sand here.
I don't have hands.
Do we see them being
He's-
relaxed?
It's right
Yeah.
into Tizal's face.
would grab the wagon and try and pull while kind of signaling for them that it's fine to come out.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you
I'll
make
come out.
a strength check as well? You can make it with advantage since Revan is helping you.
That's right. Revan's helping me, not the other way around.
Mhm. He already made his roll.
14.
14.
Yeah.
Together, you guys are able to free the wagon from the sand. Even though it hasn't rained here as far as you can tell from when it was raining when you entered into the cave. The sand still was pretty clay-like when Joan tried to take it out. So it was pretty firmly embedded. But at this point, the sand is all dried out, and you were able to pull it out with a great deal of effort.
Are there any trees with traditional bark on them nearby?
Make me a perception check. Also, make me a definition for
Ooh,
traditional.
20. Like, if I took my knife to the tree, I could peel off some bark.
What?
Oh, that's right. Wander's here. Never mind. As he's about to do it, he's like waiting. It looks over at Wander. Okay, new idea. I put my shield down and put the front of the wagon on the shield. And then use my rope to tie it so it's like a sled. So we can just kind of skid it across the sand instead of trying to drag it.
So there was already rope that you guys had affixed to the wagon to get it through the sand the first time. So that was still there.
Oh, okay.
So you don't have to tie any fresh rope to it.
All right. Well, if there's no mechanical difference in doing that versus just two people tying it to the waist and walking, then I won't bother.
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you could put it on the shield and be able to pull it back. Yeah, if you wanted to, that'd be fine.
Sure. Make life a little easier.
I'm just saying you don't have to tie any extra rope to it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I tie one of the ends of the rope to my waist.
Okay. Is anyone taking the other rope?
I can probably take it.
fight
Who's the
Felix
strongest?
for it?
Yeah.
Well, warlocks
People-
aren't known for their strength,
People with higher strength checks.
but
I can do it. I can do it.
already being at the wagon, I mean, his goal was to be a part of moving it.
Okay.
Okay.
So I
Screw
drag
you guys,
Revan
I'm
and-
already there.
I drag
I'm
Revan
pulling.
and the wagon.
Yeah, Revan just like belly flops over the crystals and just lays there.
Well, so this
These-
isn't alchemite. This is just ore.
Right.
Oh, sure, that's right.
But point.
No, I
taken,
mean,
you
it-
can still flop over it.
Yeah. But his goal freeing it with Tizol was to grab, a part of it and start moving it right away.
Okay. All right. So you guys are headed back east to Oren.
Yay, we're out in the evening sun.
That's correct.
Wander is thrilled.
Yeah,
He's
Const's keeping an eye on
absent-mindedly whistling to himself, stretching his arms out. He's happy. He's real happy.
Doing Baywatch hair flips with his leaves. Just
The sun is at this point like it's starting to set over the top of the mountains, but it is still very much still out, because it is in the latter half of the year. The sun is out later at this point, just because of where you're located on the globe. So yeah, you still have maybe an hour or two of like direct sunlight before it's fully gone behind the mountains. Why don't Council and Revan make me strength checks for pulling the wagon?
Man, I am rolling like
Hey, a
fire
halfway
tonight.
decent roll.
16.
17.
16, 17? Yeah. So you guys pull the wagon all the way back to Oren. And it is... Because it is full of ore, it does slow you down a little bit, but it's not terrible. In total, it takes you another 3.5 hours to get back.
Okay.
If you recall, to get to the cave, it took you about 3 hours. So when you get back to the city of Orin, it is like 9 o'clock at night.
Perfect.
Sun has gone down, and you are basically arriving at the gates to Orin.
As we enter the outside gates,
Mhm.
Council will ask everyone with free hands to gather as much of the junk metal as possible, because Jones said she could use some of it. So we'll bring her the
Mm.
wagon, plus a bunch of shields and helmets and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Wonder wants to be helpful, so he makes a point, very awkwardly and comically uses his long branch arms to kind of like gather as much as he can. He's clearly trying to carry too much and occasionally drops something and then tries to rearrange it. And
Okay. You
Yep. Cesar would help out too.
adjust this volume just a little bit. There we go.
Tizzle would actually also put on whenever the cart was so full, things were spilling out. He'd put on whatever armor was left over, and just kind of like look at it and kind of dance around.
Okay. So you guys are fully laden with armor and stuff by the time you get to the inner wall, which takes again about another hour to get to. That's not true. Not
can I-
an hour. Another. Yeah, we'll say an hour actually.
With just our arms and or like what our group can carry, are we able to grab all of the scrap metal, or are we leaving some behind?
Oh, there is way too much for you to carry.
Yeah, there's thousands of pieces.
Yeah,
isn't there?
there's
Yeah.
like an entire
okay.
army of armor out there.
So I would like to attempt before we move on. I don't have the list, but from like a Dungeoneer's pack, and I have Navigator's tools. Would I have some kind of like blanket or like sheet, anything of those?
I mean, you'd have whatever you like sleep on at night.
Like a bedroll?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to use my bedroll. Okay. Is there any cloth or sheet within um the 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 armor and stuff that's left behind, or is it just metal?
It's just metal as much as you can see. There doesn't appear to be any like fabric or leather or anything like that. Or there's like the scraps of leather that like connect the pieces of armor, but
Sure.
not anything
Okay.
like what you're looking for.
Okay, all right. Yeah, never mind then.
Okay. You.
I
reach-
hail the guards at the gate.
All right. They are familiar with your troop now, or at least a little bit more familiar with you, having gone in and out a couple times now. And they let you in. When you get into the city, it is late at this point. So what you see is just one guard at the gate. There's no line at the Magister's office. You don't really see many people on the streets, and the little like blue lanterns are glowing at this point.
We offload our collections, rest for the evening, and then visit the Magister in the morning.
Sounds like a plan. I would like to go check on Joan. So yeah,
Right, that's
Let's
what I
drop
meant
our
by
stuff off.
offloader. Yeah.
By offloading, yeah.
All right, heading straight to the blacksmith.
Okay. You guys make your way. Let's see. Here's my mouth's on the screen. So you make your way here, near where you came in the Magister's office, into the inner square of the city, which does take you a while. Going north, because you know that Joan's shop is just a little off of the main thoroughfare. You do find her shop. There's no lights on, anything like that. It's close to 11:30, midnight at this point.
Quietly knock on the frame of the building. Does she have a door?
There is no door that you can see.
Okay. Just gently tap with a piece of scrap metal. Ting, ting, ting.
Dawn.
You don't hear anything inside for a little bit.
Oh,
And then you hear kind of some soft footsteps, and in the dim light from the glow of whatever lanterns are in the street nearby, you do see her poke her head from around the corner, back in what is like the kitchen / bedroom of this little building that she is in, like the more living quarters that she set up. She does poke her head out. What are you doing here? And she's rubbing her eyes. She like kind of combs her hair back. She says, it is very late.
our apologies for waking you, but we wanted to ensure that you made it back safely.
And we bring gifts.
Do you bring what?
He like rattles some of the metal.
She looks outside, and you see. She doesn't have like pajamas or anything. She's just like wearing the same like overalls that you've gotten used to her wearing. And she peers out at it. She says, "Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you. What are my manners? Come inside."
We will not stay long. Once we give you this, we will be leaving immediately.
We are certainly very relieved to see you whole and well.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm surprised to see you well as well. It has been more than a day since you went into the mountains.
It was an experience.
Did you encounter any trouble? Are you okay?
Yes.
Nothing that we
and
couldn't
yes.
handle. But yes.
You will have to tell me the story sometime.
Indeed. Perhaps when we are not so
Important.
tired.
Here's some armor. I'm gonna start doffing the armor I put on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll make a little pile wherever she points and leave the wagon where she wants.
Yeah, she basically just points inside her little square building or rectangle building here, just kind of over by beyond the hole in the ceiling that she has broken through.
Okay.
Just deposit it over there. That will be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so she just kind of starts helping you guys bring or offload some of the stuff and bring the cart into the building. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will most likely see you tomorrow.
Aye. Good night to you, miss.
Thank you. Myself and hopefully the Magister will be able to find others to go with me. We're planning to go back tomorrow to get the wagon. So we will be headed back early. If you are looking for me tomorrow, and I am not here, that is where I am.
What do you mean to get the wagon?
We were going back to get the wagon to fill it, to bring it back so we could empty it and get more
Oh.
ore. Now that we know that there is such rich ore so close to town, it is my intention to hopefully get more volunteers to help me bring ore.
As long as you are aware of that large behemoth creature that frequents the area.
Yes, when I left the other evening, I did see it walked in front of the cave as I waited inside for you to come and join me. When you did not arrive, however, I left when sundown had arrived.
As expected.
If you are planning to go back frequently, we were given a map of the mountain and the system of the caves. You are free.
Sorry,
Yes?
please.
You are free to copy the map and provide us with the original.
Did you say you were given the map? Did you make
Um,
a friends down there? You can tell me another time.
Yes,
Yes,
I
it
need
is
to.
late.
I need to rest.
Okay. Let us plan on this. Not today, but not tomorrow. The next day, 2 days. You can come back and share story with me. Yes.
Maybe.
If we are present.
We might be gone. But
This
we'll be
is-
back.
This is all very ominous.
Yes. I hope that I see you again.
Well,
I think
we
you will
have
certainly see us again.
we have much need of your smithy. So yes.
Mhm.
I kind of gestured to my terrible shaped chainmail.
All right.
If not, we will always have bollocks.
Your chainmail is just like a chainmail shawl at this point.
Yes.
You've popped out of it so many times.
Yep. This is all right. Have a good night, and I will see you when I see you. And she turns
That
back
is accurate.
into her home behind the little living area. Anything else you'd like to do this evening?
Go to bed.
Just
Sleep.
lay down in the street.
Revan's ready for sleep. Head back
Go
to
Go
the
back
back
to
to the inn or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Then you guys make your way from where you are here down east, headed out towards the harbor, and then south down towards where the Wolf and Hound is. As you are traveling, there at this hour, there's no one out in the streets. But you do see again that the main roadways do have these lanterns that kind of guide your way towards the Wolf and Hound. When you get there, inside you can see that there is a lantern of some kind that's been just kind of left on the bar, like a kerosene lantern. But nobody is at the bar, nobody is downstairs, nobody's working or anything like that. It is just vacant at this hour.
Okay.
Revan heads up and goes to sleep. He's exhausted.
Yeah, the door is unlocked, so you're able to let yourself in, and you can get up to your room, and there's no problem.
Wishes the others good night and says we'll see him in the morning.
Did you
Good
say
night.
it's unmanned because it's so late?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like by the time you get there, it's close to 2 in the morning.
Okay.
So it's late.
Okay.
Before bed, I'm gonna speed read the journal a bit.
Woo! I'd like you to roll 20d20.
Oh no!
That's how much damage you take when you explode.
Oh no!
Maybe he only takes 20 damage, though.
Could be.
Possible.
It is possible.
Okay. Yeah. Does anybody else want to do anything before they go to bed? It's just kind of collapsing from the long travels you had down in the dark.
You did say it was like several hours of walking at an incline.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the entire time that you were down inside the caves, very rarely were you walking on a flat surface. It was usually up an incline or a decline. So your calves are probably pretty tired. Tizal, you don't even know what calves are. You don't have them, but your legs hurt a lot.
Baby cow's tired. Got it.
Baby cow's tired.
Yeah, Wander props his window open so that he'll wake up at the first sign of sunlight, and then goes outside and continues napping outside in the sun.
Okay. All right. So you guys lay down for a long rest. Why don't we roll HP?
Yeah.
Because now you officially level to level 6.
Me first because I'm the best.
You D10.
I can change 2 numbers.
I rolled a 1. Of course, I roll above 15 all night, but for my HP, I got a 1. So no matter what, I take expenses.
Oh no!
Poopy.
No, that is the worst
Oh.
feeling ever.
Oh.
You get a V for victory because this is 5 in
Womp.
Roman numerals. It's
Wow.
5.
Also-
I went from
It could've-
58 to 60.
Could
You
have
should
been a
take the
1.
tough feat as well.
No,
Plus your
You get a
constitution
nice
modifier.
boost of HP.
not enough HP to be worth it.
Is it plus your constitution
It is
modifier. Don't
Oh,
forget
my
that.
Constitution modifier, yeah,
Yeah.
plus 4.
So you're at
6.
65, right?
Oh, 64.
No.
Close though.
Who's next? Who's next to get
I'll
disappointed by
go.
my dice?
I'm rolling.
You get a
Ooh.
D8.
Yeah, I rolled a 5.
Don't trust him, it's a trap. He gave you a 1 last time, and he just gave me a 2.
I didn't give
I
him
didn't get
a
a
1,
one.
did I?
No, I've not rolled a 1 yet.
That was
You
probably
got a
me.
1?
Yeah, I've given Luca 1s.
Oh,
I have not rolled any 1s. I had 1 or 2 low rolls, but not
okay.
not a 1.
Okay, I thought 2 folks.
I'm gonna keep my 5 and add my con, and I'm
Okay.
good. Oh, which is 0. That's right. Poop.
Poop. Okay. Who's next?
I'll go.
Yours
D8.
is also a D8?
Yep. Oh my, that was an 8. Thank you very much. I will
Wow.
take it.
Nice roll.
So you're going to take mine, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be
Wonder's very
right
invigorated
back.
by
I'm
this.
listening, but I'll be right back.
Yeah, after this, we'll take our break. So
Okay.
Sure.
do what you got to do.
I'll go next.
And yours is D8 as well?
Yep. It's a 1. So what'd you get? What'd you get?
I threw it off my desk.
What is it?
You don't know.
That's why I asked.
You're choosing mine?
Yep.
You got a 3.
Oh.
Oh, garbage.
I rolled
Brutal.
a 7
I
for
rolled-
Barnabas. A 7.
I rolled pretty well so far, so
If I buy you a housewarming gift, will you just give me an 8?
If you buy me a house, I'll give you an 8. Heck, if you buy me a
Housewarming
house, I'll
gift.
give you an 80.
Said housewarming.
Here's the D8 as well.
D8, I don't want to do this. It's gone bad every time. Oh, a 5.
It has gone poorly if you're that excited about a 5.
Right.
Yep. The last 2 times, I think I got maybe 3 or 4 HP, maybe. I'm going to go ahead and keep a 5.
I kind of wanted you to take mine, just because it would have
Was
given
it a
you
1?
another 1.
Oh my god, I would have quit the company.
What?
Burn
Do you
that
remember what you
D8.
rolled for mine?
Yours was a 4.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I took my 5 then.
Yeah, so
Come on.
you rolled a 5, I got a 4. Barnabas rolled an 8, I rolled a 7.
You can just transition to a ranged monk, Luca, and then you don't have to melee. That's a thing.
Are there ranged
Throwing
monk
kunai.
weapons?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
Kensei with a bow, a kunai. Possible.
Mm-hmm.
Kunai with chain.
Una Matata.
Yu-Gi-Oh?
Is this-
No? All right.
Zen archery a thing in 5e?
You just quoted Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah. Kunai with chain.
Interesting. All right.
Yu-Gi-Oh is.
No? It's like
I've never heard anyone actually talk about Yu-Gi-Oh!
This is too nerdy.
Like
Yeah.
ever.
Activated my trap card.
we
yeah,
we
we're
quote
gonna
Yu-Gi-Oh!
take a
sometime.
break now.
Okay.
Let me have it. What? You don't like that song? It's so catchy.
I do. I just like to boo you sometimes.
You guys spend the evening at the Wolf and Hound. You wake up feeling a little bit stronger than you were when you went to sleep the night before. Wander, you get basically like 4 hours of sleep before the sun cracks in the window. And you book it downstairs and just pass out next to the building again. So anybody walking by is just like, huh, they left some lumber out. That's interesting. Just some construction materials laid out in the road.
Does he breathe?
Please tell me someone tries to harvest it.
Ooh, free
have
lumber.
you seen?
Oh my gosh.
You seen the lumber prices?
It's just bad in Orin.
Wander just wakes up to people trying to saw him in half.
Oh no!
Yeah, so you,
Revan goes right downstairs to order some food. He's famished at this point, and if anybody else is down there, definitely joins them. Otherwise, if no one's there, he just gets a table and gets a big old breakfast, a sailor's breakfast.
okay. You go downstairs and order a Grand Slam.
Yeah, the double.
That's a thing?
I don't know. I haven't been to a Denny's in like 20 years.
Like, I guess you could just order 2 of them.
That's right. I'm assuming you have the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Somewhere.
Can you look?
Can you look up Grand Slam breakfast?
I mean, I can dig it out of a box if you want me to.
I have one right next to me.
You just Google it; it shows up instantly.
Does it? The dungeon? I googled it and it didn't. I don't know. So I have Artificer infusions. One of them is replicate magic item.
Mm-hmm.
I can choose from a list of items to replicate depending on my level.
Yep.
And it says in the tables, an item's entry tells you whether the item requires attunement, blah, blah, blah. See the item's description in the Dungeon Master's Guide for more information about it, including the type of object required for its making. So, do I need an item, something to make the magic item that I used with my infusion? I don't know what it is. Like, I don't know what item I need.
Well, so to replicate a magic item, so like if you wanted to make a magical hammer of some kind, you'd have to have a hammer, and then you could replicate it into a magical hammer. Or like the Cloak of the Mountebank, if you guys remember that from, I think that you had that in Storm King's Thunder.
Yeah.
I had it, I believe.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah.
It was the thing that let him like dimension door like 500 feet away.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to be trying to replicate a Cloak of the Manta Ray, which I'm assuming just requires a cloak.
Yeah, so you'd have to find a cloak.
Okay. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
There's a whole heck of a lot of information on crafting magic items, just as an FYI.
Really?
In
Like
the Dungeon Master's Guide, like pages worth.
Oh, yeah. But they don't have that on D&D Beyond.
Hold on, let me go get my book.
I got it right.
This is different than crafting. It's like magically replicating. Sorry, I'm just going to derail the whole session because I don't have a DM guide.
Do you not own one, or you just don't have it near you?
I don't think I own one. Why would I own one?
There's no really a reason to own one unless you plan on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was interesting to read, to just understand some of the like thought process behind being a DM, especially like being a new player. I got this when I was a newbie and like read through the book, and that was really helpful. That's the only time actually, this is the second time ever opening this book, because I read this all in one sitting when I first got it.
You just sat down and read the Dungeon Master's Guide?
There are parts that you skip through, but yeah, all the actual like reading parts I read them through. But then it's full of like tables and stuff, like pages and pages of tables, and
here's how you come up with deity structures, and here's how you do this, and here's how you do
so
that.
there was a lot that I just paged by, but all the content I read through, it was a few hours.
From what I'm reading, you just need a base item and you put it in fusion.
Okay. I don't know if it was like you need all this sort of special, billion gold and
You
whatnot.
No.
the hair of a rabbit that was born on the 3rd of the month under a full moon that died of natural causes.
Oh my gosh.
Hoppers, no.
Scroll of the Manta Ray's not in here.
I could consult this Dungeon Master's Guide too and see what it says.
Nice.
Nice. That's
I've all-
second edition?
I think they're all the first. So I have all of my brother's books. These are all.
Yeah, Scroll of the Manta Ray's not in the Dungeon Master's Guide. I think it's in potentially one of the other ones. Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is a original print from 1979. These are
Nice.
Cool.
Felix is going to be looking for a cloak.
anyway.
I think he's going to ask the party just if any of them have a cloak.
Okay.
Do I have a cloak?
I imagine that you kind of do have a cloak, yeah? I mean, you have a hood of some kind. That has to be attached to something.
That's true.
So if you're comfortable giving up your hood, you could give
Without my hood, I still have my full balaclava and mask on, so that's
yeah.
fine.
So you could still be covered head to toe.
I'd also just go find one.
Before I go downstairs and give Felix my cloak, since Wander is leaving early, I have the room to myself for a bit, right?
Well, you're like all in the room together.
Oh, we all share a room. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, this isn't the rooms like on the ship, not like the same rooms.
Right. Is there?
I don't
do
like where
have-
that was going.
Do I have
Yeah,
a
me
moment with I'm in the room by myself? Like, is everyone downstairs?
Would everyone go downstairs before council?
I mean, once
Revan went
Revan
downstairs?
naturally woke up, he went
Yeah.
downstairs right away.
Izal was gonna wake up and basically do training exercises in the room, like his kind of
In the
drunken
room?
master stuff in the room. Yeah.
While everyone's asleep?
No, I was assuming everyone had left. I guess not.
Felix is basically going to ask anyone if they have a cloak, if they're
I
willing
give-
to give up.
I give him my cloak.
Okay.
I'll give
Is
you my
Revan
cloak
still
if
there when
leave
you
the
ask?
room. What?
Is Revan still there when you ask?
No, you're probably downstairs already.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then
that's a
I
good
won't
point.
impart my wisdom upon you.
I would have bailed out the window probably and found like a rooftop or something to go do training on.
Held out the window.
Poop on people from up above.
I'm awake.
Perfectly functioning door, but nope, the window will do.
I just finished waxing my wagon. Oh no, it's a giant bird. Sorry.
I'll take a morning dump.
Sized bird.
Should have had the coffee before I jumped out the window. Oh no!
He's
So he
reading
gets
he's
he
reading
gets his
Orin
boost.
Times.
Okay. So, in
How are you
order,
flying without flapping your wings?
Wander wakes up at the butt crack of dawn, goes downstairs, and then passes out next to the building again so he can soak up as much sun as possible.
Like some sort of drunk.
Kind of amazing.
Mm-hmm.
It still kind of smells like the toilet hooch that Tizal had made and dumped out in the street. All 30 gallons of it.
My
Convinced
favorite
the
band.
smell will never.
Yeah, it's there. It's
I'm
I
convinced it'll
forgot all
never go
about
away.
that.
but Wander
It's
doesn't
just
care.
become part of the city now.
It really has. There's just like a small puddle there now that just forever it won't go away.
It will always smell like this.
Right. Revan wakes up, goes downstairs, and orders 2 Grand Slams. Tizal wakes up and drunken flies out the window. Eventually, Felix wakes up while Council is already awake, but he doesn't want to leave the room. Felix gives him his cloak, or vice versa. Council gives Felix his cloak.
Yeah, and Felix basically like fabricates some stuff onto it to make this cloak of the manta ray
Okay.
to replicate it.
Okay.
Breathing underwater might be useful in the future.
Note to self: don't drown Felix.
Why won't you die? Felix is just, I'm fine. Felix, would you leave the room after you're done with that? Would you leave Council alone?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Council, you have the room to yourself.
I take off my armor and inspect my body. Basically,
Before Felix leaves, he's gonna turn around and say, "But no reading now." Then he leaves.
Yeah. He's gonna Bruce Almighty his clothes off and basically check. He wants to see if there's any, aside from more scars, because that's obviously what he needs, if there's any different changes since his transformation.
Sure. Make me a perception check.
10 plus 5. 15.
15. So the first thing you notice, just like looking at the scars that are on your body, whereas the ones that were older, you can see that they have, for the most part, healed over somewhat.
Mm-hmm.
The newer ones, while they haven't, you can still see that like very, very soft reddish glow underneath.
Interesting.
And you actually, just by happenstance, like you're kind of done inspecting your body, seeing the damage that was done, you catch a reflection of your own face in one of like your pieces of armor, like your pauldron or something like that.
Okay.
And you look at it, you hold it up and you inspect your face, and you can see basically the right side of your face, the flesh is just gone.
What?
From the bridge of your nose back to your temple. Like, you have no eyebrow, you have no cheek, it is just torn away. And there is just exposed muscle underneath. And bone.
Holy crap.
You can also see that you have a long gash basically leading from your cheekbone on the left side of your face down to right below your lip. And it's deep.
Oh, does touching it hurt? Does it feel like an open wound?
You touch them?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's incredibly painful.
Oh, brutal. And I'm not bleeding or anything, right?
No. There's definitely a fair amount of like pus that started to build up over it. Like, you could tell it started to scab at the edges.
Yeah.
But no active bleeding still.
Okay. Do I have any medical supplies? Like disinfected ointment or plant paste or something?
Probably
or that's something
not.
I need to... Okay.
Do you remember which pack you had to start?
I think it's just the traveler's pack.
Yeah. I would say probably not. Even if you had some to begin with on your journey,
Yeah.
you probably wouldn't have made it out of the pillars with you.
Okay, so that's on my list to do today. All right. I carefully put my armor back on.
Okay. Yeah, you notice, like, when you didn't notice taking off the balaclava over your head.
Yeah.
When you put it back on, like, there's a fair amount of crust, basically, because it was like acting as a bandage over parts of you. Yeah.
Note to self: go wash clothes in the ocean.
Would you describe this wound as weeping?
It is, yes.
Oh no!
It is a weeping wound.
As Council was looking at his face, completely, almost fully nude, Tizal would have flown back into the window, going, "I forgot my water ski." Oh,
I snap his neck immediately.
never mind.
Okay.
All right, yeah, I gingerly put my stuff back on and go downstairs with a very pensive air about him.
Brevin, since you were the first person to go downstairs, we're going to go back in time a little ways. Being the first one to go downstairs in the morning, you would have found Stefan behind the bar, and you would have found Molly kind of tidying things up from the evening before, making sure that things were ready when guests came down in the morning. When you come downstairs, she greets you. And she asks, is Tizal still with you?
He's with us still.
All right.
Are you?
There was a message that was left for him.
Would you like me to give it to him?
Oh no! When he comes down, I'll see him. I can deliver it.
All right then. Yeah. When I left the room, he was. Were you there or were you asleep?
Was
He was
he?
asleep.
He was
You were
asleep.
you were
Just
you were
all.
up before it.
Yeah.
Okay. He was. He's still sleeping, so
He'll be down.
I imagine he'll be down soon.
All right.
I'm-
And that's all she says about it. After that, she just
Okay.
goes back to cleaning and dealing with things.
Cool. Are there any other patrons there?
At this point, no.
Okay.
But eventually, Felix does come downstairs and joins you for breakfast. But Tizal does not come back downstairs. Or he does not come downstairs for hours.
When Felix comes down, I would ask him about Tizal right away. Was Tizal awake yet?
It's just me and council.
He wasn't in the room.
Not that I saw.
He must have leapt out the window. All right. Well, there's a message for him at the bar if you see him before I do.
I'll let him know.
Aye.
All right. Wander, do you just stay outside? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, I just hang out there soaking up the sun. Eventually I wake up, but I just kind of sit there soaking up the rays.
Okay. Council, after you're done inspecting yourself.
Yeah, he'll go downstairs and go up to Stefan.
Morning.
Good morning. I have a question, if I may intrude on your time.
Kind of just looks around. You're not intruding on anything.
I'm seeking to stock up on my medical supplies. Do you know if there's anyone in town who has such available?
Probably the best place to be would be go back to the temple you seen at the middle of town.
Ah, yes.
They've got some fair supplies there for that sort of thing. Get hurt. You guys were gone for a couple nights. Notice you didn't come back.
I have accumulated some more injuries since our last incursion, and I wish to see that they're tended to.
Smart. Okay. Yeah, that'd probably be the best place.
I appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Anything else I can do, just let me know.
All right, Council
Get you something to eat. You hungry?
No, I will eat on my own time. Thank you.
All right. He turns around and goes back to cleaning the bar.
Join the others.
All right. Tizzle?
Yeah, he'd be on like a nearby rooftop that still kind of has the wolf and hound in sight, and as he sees probably Wander start to get up and kind of go back in, thinking, okay, it's probably time to get back. So probably around the time he sees like some commotion, he kind of head back down and go straight into the bar.
Okay. So it's probably close to, 9, 10 a.m. at this point. Like, you guys had a good night's rest. Wander's been able to soak up a couple hours of sunlight at this point. Feeling much more like his normal jovial, book-aware self.
Book aware.
Book-averse, maybe, is a better word.
And
He is never going to learn to read at this rate.
You go back. You go down inside. Go into the Wolfenhound. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You see everybody else sitting at the tables there. As soon as you walk in, Molly does notice you, Tizal. And she kind of like makes a hand motion at you. You're not sure if it means like come here, stay there, like I'll be over there in a second, whatever. But she kind of turns around, like puts down the tray that she had on the bar, and she comes over to talk to you.
he blushes.
How does a raven blush?
His beak turns red.
She comes up to you and says, Tizal, you,
Hello, Molly.
I don't, so I must, first, let me stop. Earlier, I spoke with Revan. He said you would come down. And I said that I had a message for you. I have to admit, I somewhat lied. I don't know if the message was for you. I do know that someone was looking for an Iran, like you. You are the only one I have seen, besides this one that was sending the message, giving the message. So I assume it was for you.
Okay, so you have a message for me
Yes, I do.
from who?
It was from another you. It was from another knight, Ron. Is that what you like to be called?
It is all, but yes, Naitaran works.
It was from another knight, Ron.
And he gave you this message directly.
Yes.
Did he come here?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was looking for another knight, Iran. I assumed it was you because you're the only other one that I know of. It may not have even been you. But he was looking for someone like you, and he wanted to give a message that he hopes to. How did he say it? He wanted to. Oh dear, I've forgotten.
I will not consider you being prejudiced or racist. Say what you need to say. You are in a safe place. Don't worry.
Oh, it's not a matter of sounding correct. He wanted to beat you. He wanted to have a better story to tell than you. He wanted to know if there were any other knight Oran that had come through, and if there were, how far they had gotten.
This is laughable. I have the best story.
I don't understand.
Where did he tell you where he would be?
No. He did not. I know he hasn't gone far. I believe he intends to stay here for a while. When he got here, he was pretty tired. Pretty famished. But he said he would be around here for a while. I'm not sure where he went to, but I can't imagine that he's outside of the city Or maybe if he is outside the city, he hasn't gone far.
What did you give him to eat and drink?
Mostly the same thing that we've offered to you. We gave him fish. We offered sandwiches. He didn't seem very interested in those. He drank water mostly. It seemed he hadn't had fresh water to drink in some time.
Ah, yes, everyone knows water makes the best stories. Ha 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 ha.
I don't understand again.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Molly. Could I have some ale, please?
Absolutely. And she turns around, goes up to Steven at the bar, and comes back with a tankard of ale and hands it to you. It says, "Here."
Slams it. Slams it, puts it right back down in front of her.
She just kind of stares and like, would you like another?
No, thank you. One is enough for now. I must go speak to my companions.
Okay. I'm so
Yes.
sorry that I don't remember the message perfectly. It was just so unique to see another one of you here.
It is not your position to carry my messages, Molly. Do not concern yourself with not remembering. But if he comes back, please alert me as soon as possible.
I will. I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Turns around and goes to start taking care of some of the other patrons that have filtered in at this point.
Yeah, I would regroup with everyone and tell them what just happened.
Okay. So you're all sitting around. Tizal shares this message.
Is this a common practice among the Knights around?
Is it, Spencer?
Depends on what Felix is actually getting after. Is what in the
making a story for yourself and having a better story than other Knight around.
It drives Tizal specifically. I don't know if it drives like just blanket Night Aran.
It's a pretty common thread that unites them. That they want to be, since they have no, all of their history is oral. All of their stories are stories. They do have some element of their lives of wanting to be like the best at something, or wanting to be remembered for something.
He's the Brock to my Ash, you would say.
Gary.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah, Gary.
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 Sure.
Gary.
What's going on with my webcam?
My concern is that he called you out specifically by name. Which means that, and the fact that he was famished and had no fresh water, he may have arrived here and either known about you beforehand or learned about you immediately after landing and deciding that he wanted to be better than you. If it's just some sort of one-upping, ego-boosting rivalry, then it may be harmless, but...
Did he ask for Tizal?
Yeah, did he ask for me by name or did he ask for the Knight Aran who is here?
I thought
That's how
he
I
asked
understood
for
it.
others.
No, so Molly took that back. She said
okay.
that he wanted to know if there was another Knight Aran here, and if there was, to relay the message that he was going to be better than them, or he was going to get farther than them.
I rescind the part about the specific naming, but I keep the part about rivalry.
My people enjoy tales, stories, glory. It is not uncommon to want to best one another.
Do you have any reason to believe this may lead to interference in our ventures.
Would I, Spencer? Like, would he feel threatened by this from anything other than solely like a ego standpoint?
Probably
This-
not.
So they don't sabotage each other.
No.
Okay.
No, no. They're chaotic in nature, but they're not evil.
Okay.
Usually.
Yeah. I do not believe he will interfere with our objectives, but I cannot be certain.
Regardless of what happens, seeing as our direct line of inquiry may lead to saving all life in the world, I don't think you have anything to worry about when it comes to your story being the best.
Aside for getting credit for it.
He drinks water. I'm not worried about his story. And he takes out his water skin and pounds it.
His what skin?
It's water skin. It's ale skin.
There you go.
Pounds all 30 gallons.
Yeah, 30 gallons of it.
His
He's
booze
just-
his booze bag. There you go.
He's chugging for like 3 minutes.
Immediately just turns around and violently vomits all over.
This is lemon.
Molly, tell him I just drank for 3 minutes straight.
I didn't breathe. Ah.
All right.
Yes, we should not let it interfere, but I will keep an eye out and make sure this does not impact our focus.
Are we ready to visit the Magister?
think so.
Yes.
All right. Council gets up and heads to the west.
Okay. So you leave the Wolf and Hound. Danny has left a long time ago in the morning to go for his normal training stuff. And you take kind of the same pathway that you've always taken. Everybody going to the Magister? Is anyone splitting off?
Yeah.
Okay.
Going the same way, but this time I'm going to be paying much more attention to like points, like peak in buildings, and kind of looking now for another Iran, knowing that there is one in town.
Okay.
So I'm constantly doing that if we're outside. Basically.
Okay. Sure.
I joined the trip to the Magister.
Okay. As you're walking, just make me a perception check then, Tizal.
13.
So you don't see any other Nidoran as you're walking through town. At this point in the morning, the marketplace is bustling. The people have come out and set up their little shops again, and people are selling things. You see Eric, the Dwarn that you wanted to get some stuff from previously, Felix, or not Dwarn, the human that you wanted to get stuff from earlier. At his booth, whatever. You see a couple other people that you would talk to about things, and you make your way to the Magisters. Upon arriving, you can see that the line is much shorter today than it usually is. There's only a couple people. Like, the line doesn't actually start outside the building.
Okay.
So when you get there, there are a couple people in front of you. Are you going to wait, or are you going to budge? What are you going to do?
Oh wait.
Start walking, but not pushing past people, but knowing that every single time we've come here, they've just ushered us in. Revan is assuming that is just the customary practice at this point for us.
Okay. So Council stands at the back of the line, and Revan just starts walking his way forward. You make your way up the spiral staircase up to the tower. You knock, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, when you knock on the door. There's a couple seconds pause. The Magister opens it up. And you can see that he's not at the door. He's away, he's back, and he has used his magic to open up the door. And he says, Raven, it'll be just a moment. You can see that there's another person in there with him who he's talking with. He says, as soon as I'm finished.
I'll wait here.
All right, thank you. Closes the door again. You can just kind of hear them talking about things inside. And when he's done, door opens. Another lady walks out, and she heads down the stairs where she came. As she is leaving, she does stare at you pretty intensely.
Do I recognize her?
No.
Is her stare does it seem like that of anger, or because I interrupted her, or like, can I gather why she's staring at me like this at all?
Make me an insight check.
Does Revan blush?
Ooh. 17?
17?
Mm-hmm.
Hard to tell if it's recognition, like she knows who you are, or if she's just like looking at the tattoos on your face or something. But she's definitely like studying your face as she walks past.
So when I notice her staring at me, as friendly as I can, say, "Afternoon, lass."
And when you speak
Or
with her,
morning. Sorry, not afternoon.
when you speak with her, her eyes kind of go wide, and she just hurries on her way and just continues down the tower and doesn't respond.
Okay. Did anyone else come up the stairs with Revan?
I was wondering that as well.
Or is Revan just standing there alone?
I would have assumed we all went up.
Followed, yeah.
Okay, council breaks the process and goes upstairs.
I mean, the process is that that we're seen right away. That's pretty clear.
He's an elf, he's a stickler for that sort of thing.
The Magister welcomes you all into his office, much more alive than you've seen him the last couple days, where previously he had been very tired, very drained every time you'd spoken with him, more stressed. He seems a bit more carefree today.
Did we see anyone else coming in? Like, were there other people like handling the line, or is
No,
he
there
still
weren't
the only
any
one?
guards or anything like that. It was just
Okay.
kind of self-managed line.
Okay.
Velvet ropes just kind of make you zigzag back and forth. Disney effect.
Yeah.
You look well today, Magister.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind. Certainly, a bit of that is because things are flowing a little bit smoother here. It's quite nice, actually. It's nice to have a reprieve.
Well,
Was that because of some of the instructions that council gave you?
It seems to be related, at least slightly, to that. Yeah, I spoke. Here, come in, and he closes the door. He kind of, pulls out some chairs around the table that you guys normally, sit or stand around. And he kind of whisks one over for himself. You could see Danny over in the corner, and he's kind of doing some of his magical training stuff, looking at a book. And he says, it does seem to have a fair bit about what council counseled me on. I have found a couple aides, if you will, or people to be responsible for the influx of people, so that burden doesn't solely weigh down on me, and that seems to help a fair deal. Not having to be the only one who weighs judgment is helpful.
Very good to hear.
Right. Yeah.
Who had the collars?
Council puts them on the table.
Just schlock them out on the table.
Well, not like that, but yeah, he stacks them.
Like, still covered in gore from the heads that you chopped off.
I found these explosive necklaces. Toss.
Mage tower explodes.
Yeah, council puts them on the table.
He looks. He says, "Oh, that is kind of a damper. I'd hope that there would have been some fine folks attached to these necklaces."
Unfortunately, they were the target of one of the more dangerous fauna of the Undermountain.
Were they?
Giant burrowing beetles. If anyone ventures back there, I'd advise minding the noise you make.
And do not look them in the eyes.
Curious. Do you know, had they made contact with the Dwarven? Had they had any amount of success in their endeavor?
From what we discovered, most likely not.
All right.
We encountered a Dwarven, a chasm Dwarven.
Really?
He enlightened us into a fair bit of the chasm Dwarven culture and their dislike of dealing with outsiders. If we were to establish trade, the peaked one would be a more fruitful endeavor.
Kind of thinks about that for a little bit. Right. Perhaps I will. If these beasts mainly burrow through the mountain, maybe it would be safer to have folks try to find peaked Warren to set up some kind of trade with. That is good to know.
On another plus side, we managed to get a map of the entirety of the underside of that mountain.
Really?
Indeed. I'm sure we could make a copy
Can
sometime.
I see it?
Yeah, I'll pull out the map.
Okay. You pull it out and put it down on the table.
Council points as to where they found the huge abundance of ore. He points to the three locations they dealt with the beetles. He mentions the main highway and how the top right-ish side is kind of the less favorable dwarven that should be avoided. And that's it.
Says, oh, well, that's quite fascinating.
Also warn Joan about the beetles next time she goes out.
Yes, Joan. That's right. She had, just 2 days ago, she had petitioned me for additional help in her endeavors.
We promised her a copy of this map as well. So please ensure she gets this information and a copy of the map.
He stands up and kind of pushes out his chair. He goes over to a shelf, just kind of amidst all of his books. And he pulls out 2 pieces of parchment that are just kind of stuffed between. He comes over and he lays them down on top of the map that you have. And you can see he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out some of this dust. And he sprinkles it over the top of the page. And he picks up all 3 of the parchments and he goes, whew, and he blows it off. And what you can see left on the parchment that he has on top is a perfect replica of the map that you guys have. And
oh, wow.
Pulls off the top one, and there's another copy on the second layer as well. And he hands the map back to you. He says, thank you. I'll make sure that Joan gets this. And I'll keep
That was very impressive.
Council's like slowly looks down at his cartographer's kit, and then back to the map that was just instantly replicated, and sighs.
Tizzle's eyes are bug-eyed, like.
The dust required for that is probably the most valuable substance on the planet.
It is a bit of alchemite. I just keep some of the raw stuff around when I need it. Obviously, using it for transferring the red alchemite into that energy into another piece.
We did learn a couple interesting things about how the alchemite is created.
Is that
It
so?
seems if you apply, I mean, it seems obvious now, but if you apply the certain elements to raw alchemite, lightning will make blue alchemite, cold will make white alchemite,
All right.
and it seems if a creature dies near raw alchemite, the alchemite will capture its life essence and create green alchemite.
Oh, that's horrible.
I'm not sure how I feel about using that to heal wounds, but it is true.
Well, you certainly kill animals and eat their flesh, don't we?
That's, while a fair point, feels somewhat different when it's another potential hewn or Aram, Dorn.
If you get the mystery alchemite, you don't know what it is. You were there when the thing died. You've got a good guess.
Getaway back.
Well, that's fair.
Felix pulls out the chunk of green alchemite. Now, here's some of that beetle we were talking about.
May I? And he takes the green alchemite if you're offering it.
You can see it, but I'd like it back.
Oh, absolutely. He takes the green alchemite and he kind of like studies it and like tries to peer into it and like look at it, see if there's anything different about it.
It seemed one of these beetles filled up 2, or was it 3?
It's 3.
It's not necessarily a 1-for-1.
Really? Interesting. So potentially larger souls or larger spirits would fill
Perhaps.
up, larger life forms would fill up more. Interesting. And he hands the green alchemite back to you.
We also found the key to the underside of the city.
How do you mean?
All attempts to unlock the doors and gain entrance to beneath Orin have failed. It is... even magical attempts did not work. It appears that the magic affecting the city and these doors is not of this time or not of this world. When attempting to use Revan's compass to find a means to enter the Undercity, we were led to a specific large golden hammer. However, that hammer was owned by someone else, and we were not comfortable taking it from them by force.
Who did it belong to?
Some sort of automaton, sentient armor of sorts.
A what?
We were given a long, intricate story about its origins, but essentially it is armor infused by green alchemite. It is sentient.
He.
It would seem.
Oh, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
He holds his hand out to Felix again and asks to see the green alchemite.
He hands it over.
And he looks at it and says, so this here has the power to give life as well, to inanimate things.
It seems to be life itself.
Interesting.
Perhaps.
And
The raw form of what Noon is trying to reclaim.
He sets it back down on the table next to Felix. And again leans back in his chair and takes off of his spectacles that he normally wears.
the sledge, the name of this suit of armor, had a companion, a dwarven. And this dwarven also had a companion who perished in a cave-in. And from the rubble, he found this green piece of alchemy and stuck it in this armor that he found. He said it led it to him, right? I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Have to pull up the notes.
Anyway, but when he stuck it in, it wasn't his friend. You know, and you think you'd take the life force of his friend, presumably his friend, stick it in the armor, and it seemed to have memories of a different time, and it was not his friend.
Perhaps the memories are connected to the vessel rather than the life itself.
That's my theory.
That seems to be more likely.
Interesting.
Have you seen any depictions or descriptions of an elven woman battling a dwarven man in your readings and research?
In specifics? Or
Yes.
in ages past, certainly, Elm, Dwarn, Hume, all of the different races would have fought one another. Some of the tombs that I have, tomes, not tombs, some of the crypts that I have on my bookshelves chronicle battles that happened between Dwarn, between Elm, between Hune, between Torn even. Is there a specific instance that you're inquiring about?
Yeah. The sledge, the automaton, seemed to recall a distant memory of an elder woman battling a dwarven male, fighting in some sort of metal cave. That is the gist of the specifics. Correct. Unfortunately, we did not get more details than that.
Interesting.
Not largely pressing, but it may tie into our grand world theory of cycles, cataclysms. Speaking of cataclysms, Council pulls out his safe notebook where he takes his notes and pulls that out. This dwarf we met, he had created a timepiece.
Hold on. Pause. Was that Wander stepping back from the table?
That was Wander stepping back. Absolutely.
Okay. Continue. Sorry. Fantastic.
Council pauses and looks at Wander and then goes back to his safe book. The dwarf we encountered made his own timepiece. Due to alchemite and some other works, he was able to keep track of the time of day, even while underground.
All right.
Impressive in its own right. And from what we understand, very accurate due to its nature. He informed us that his timepiece does not align with the timepieces in each of the Dwarven cities.
Really?
His is ahead by thousands of years.
Why?
We aren't sure. We think it may have something to do with what affects the world. Perhaps every few hundred years, every 1,000 years, something goes out of place, time stops. I'm just guessing.
Do you know why he believed his was more accurate?
His is the only timepiece made after, uh, as far as we can remember back.
Interesting.
The other timepieces the Dwarven have in their cities are from the time before us.
Is that
Well,
so?
and technically, the timepiece that he made was illegal according to Dorn law, correct?
Yes.
Really?
Correct. They
That's
have
ridiculous, but all right.
Would you like a copy of? Because I think Felix has a copy of the law.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did some etchings, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would have it.
This might be of use when you deal with the Chasm Dorn again.
Well, didn't you say that they weren't very keen on dealing with outsiders?
Yes.
So
But just in case. It is them out.
probably a good idea to have just in case. Well, let me get some more parchment. And he goes and he grabs out another small roll of parchment. Upon producing the law to him, you see him kind of do the same thing he has before, using obviously less dust this time, but same process. Hands you back your etchings or whatever of the law. He takes his and looks it over.
But one detail we may not have mentioned is there may be gaps in the time of the timekeeping mechanisms, but the history of the records of the Dwarn are intact.
That is very interesting. Did he explain any of the reasoning, or do you, Felix, do you know any of the reasoning behind these laws?
The reasoning,
Aye?
they never made much sense to me.
Certainly
Half
there's...
of them
Go ahead.
are just decisions by the king of the time,
Aye?
and they also make the laws based on what they know. Sort of like a law of nature.
Have you, Felix, have you ever been to this place of burial that it speaks of?
Wait, which one's that?
I don't know. I have to find it again.
I don't think Felix would have been.
One of the laws was about the how good kings upon their death were decided by the people, whether or not they were a good king or a bad king. And if they were a good king, they were buried in a place of honor, and if they were a bad king, they were buried in a place of dishonor.
Oh yeah, all kings to be judged upon their deathbed, and their remains to be placed in a place of reverence or a place of shame.
Mhm.
I don't think Felix ever would have had any desire to go there. He's mostly was probably more of a recluse in Dwarven society. He was more focused on his work, which is probably why he was less aware of how they really treat outsiders.
Mm-hmm. Well, wonder where that. Okay. Interesting.
I can imagine if you ever wanted to visit there, you would make all the Chasm Dome very upset.
Probably.
Maybe the place of shame.
Also, we don't even know where it is, so if we stumbled upon it, perhaps we would make them upset unintentionally.
Making them upset unintentionally is kind of a Chasm Dorn's thing.
He laughs.
Unfortunately, we have a lot of information about vague things, but nothing actionable or particularly helpful. Good for the curiosity, not for life, so to speak.
You did at least provide me with valuable information.
That's good.
Certainly regarding the Chasm Dwarn themselves, and maybe that they're a lost cause as far as trading goes. Some of the incomers, perhaps I'll see if they would be willing to venture to the Peak Dwarn and see if they can set up some kind of trade.
And if you're particularly desperate and you feel like you might be useful, I wouldn't recommend it, but going to the Breakers is also an option. They are the other
Who?
group of Dwarn in the northern part of the caves.
Mm-hmm.
Never mention me around them, though.
Renegades of the Grudge.
Should we be afraid of them?
I said if you were desperate. They're not to be trusted.
Okay.
But if you think you have something that they would want, and they have something that you want,
I'll have to ask Beric if he's heard anything about these breakers.
Thought the breakers told us to be wary of any chasm dawn you may see in Oren.
Really?
They are not to be trusted.
he was most likely referring to me.
And that is to assume that that Cavern we met was to be trusted. We don't know what his intentions were.
I once heard a saying that said something like, you can always trust a dishonest man to be dishonest.
Aye. Wise words.
Great captain said it once upon a time.
That sounds about right.
Sounds like a pirate saying. All right. Well, that's potentially some more troubling information, but good to know.
So you mentioned incomers. Have you had any new folk arrive in Orin from the sea in the last couple of days since we've been out?
We have. Oh, I'm so glad you asked, actually. That reminds me, I had something to talk to you about. We have had a number of newcomers. Previously, when I think we last spoke, I did mention that we had almost all the intel and all the personnel that we needed to be able to finish the last mission.
Aye.
To be able to enable the last beacon for the force field over Orin. At this point, we do have enough folks. So if I don't know what your plans are for the near future, for the far future, for the future in general, if you'd be willing to do at least one last service for the town. I think that would be it, and the time would be nigh for that.
We previously offered our aid in that. I see no reason to go back on that now.
We could spare some time.
I'm on board.
I was
Well,
hoping to get some new equipment from Joan before our large battle with the Nan, but it may not be avoidable.
We may
Also,
not.
kind of just yeah, he just holds his arms out as his garbage outfit.
Certainly, it looks like you went through some troubles underneath the mountains.
Yes,
I do believe that we'd be able to find you some sort of suitable replacement, even if it's not made by Joan. Might be able to get a town guard to give up their belongings. Certainly, you have an important mission to perform. I think that might be more important than guarding doors that most of the day sit idle.
that would be greatly appreciated.
forgive my brashness, but we were told we would be compensated for each of the services provided.
I'm sorry, what?
We were told we would be compensated for each of the
I-
services provided in each of the tasks completed.
Aye.
Retainer.
I'm not certain what I'd be able to provide to you, but I'm certain that we could work something out afterwards.
What? Merely stating if that means that council can get equipment that council may need permanently. That could be an option.
Well, if you're able to pull it off, I think that it would be worthy of it. You could have whatever you wanted.
Food, a place to stay, and equipment from Joan when she's ready, or whatever's available. That's all I require.
If what you're saying is that Joan needs all the help she can get to get you better equipped, I will get people to help her on the double.
Thank you. Not at the cost of necessities, obviously.
Certainly no. No, as I said before, due to the council that you'd provided, a lot of the task mastering has been divided. So I'm no longer solely in charge of telling folks what to do. So those who do see me, I can make sure that they go and see Joan.
You enacted that rather quickly, which is impressive. Well done.
Well, do you remember the first day that you came here and you met some of the other trusted friends of mine here in Oran?
Indeed.
Sort of a city council, if you will. I merely pushed it onto them.
If they are competent and trustworthy, that seems fair.
Hi, Lex Crowley, the dockmaster. He's the head of this new council. I'm actually much less important, I think, than before, which is also quite a burden off my shoulders. He oversees any of these decisions, which is helpful since he's at the gate where new folks enter into the city.
Practical.
I will need to speak to Lex Crowley probably today.
All right. So, back to the task at hand, unless you have anything else you'd like to ask me.
I wanted to finish asking you about the newcomers to Orin.
Aye. Please.
Are you privy to their backgrounds, or what led them to the ship that brought them westward to Orin?
As long as they're truthful.
So have there been others who were sent here by the Lady Margaret?
Not sent by Lady Margaret, no, but fleeing from her, certainly.
And do you know why they were fleeing?
They all have stories of assassinations, things like that. Lady Margaret becoming increasingly paranoid, harassing her own citizens, even potentially given into some form of devil worship. She has certainly been overcome by some form of madness.
I would think the same, and as you know, I was sent here myself because of her and her false accusations of murder and heinous crimes committed by me. And if there was any spot of information you've gleaned from those newcomers, I'd certainly love to hear it. I hope at some point when we travel back west again to clear my name and regain my ship and crew.
Do you mean east?
Yes. As a pirate, I'm not too good with directions.
If you go west
The one
long
thing
enough,
you should be good with.
Yeah,
if you go
that
west
was a
long
joke.
enough, you will get there.
That's yeah.
Then, we don't know that this place is round.
Oh goodness,
This is a flat Earth.
it's a cylinder.
Yeah, so you'd eventually circle all the way around
Yeah.
until you fall off one side, and then you just
Yeah.
loop back around to the other side.
There you go.
So have you heard any specifics or anything that might pertain, be valuable bits of information as I look to unravel this mystery that has become my life?
Well, there is at least one visitor to town who I think
Aye.
you'd be interested in meeting. She'll actually be going with you on this mission
Oh.
when you take back the beacon, or when you activate it. She'll be traveling with you.
What's her name?
Her name is Callie.
C or K?
C. Callie.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Callie.
She was the one who was just in here before you.
Oh.
Oh. Ah. Her. Had you mentioned me to her, or our party to her?
No.
Oh.
She has an interesting story to tell. I think that you should hear it from her.
Oh. All right. She seemed to have a bit of interest or recognition, or I wasn't quite sure what, but when we crossed paths and when I greeted her, she went about her merry way.
Where is she staying currently?
She's staying at the harbor,
On a ship.
more or less.
Sounds like you've got quite the day ahead of you, Revan.
Aye.
I will say, she, again, has quite the story to tell, and has been absolutely invaluable to the completion of this mission.
I shall go and find her this afternoon. I look forward to chatting with her.
Is she a newcomer or has she lived in Odin previously?
You'd call her a newcomer. She's a newcomer. The other folk, since you spoke up, Tizol, who will be going with you tomorrow, one of them is an Aran like you. I thought you'd be more
The-
excited.
Yes, the water drinker who wants to best me.
They have some sort of predetermined rivalry, apparently.
Did you know
Oh.
that he flew here all the way from where you're from?
Oh, Anaran can fly. Consider me impressed.
That's a 3-week journey.
3 weeks is simple. If you are not a hatchling.
You, Iran, are certainly more powerful than I realized.
Oh no.
What
Maybe.
is. I was going to speak to Lex, asking about this man who gave Molly at the Wolf and Hound a message for another Aran in town. But since Archmagister, you know of him, could you tell me his name and where he resides?
His name was something awful, something unstateable. But he said that we could just call him by his other name, which is Shepherd's Pie.
It's a mockery of our people.
When Tizal was talking about 3 weeks being nothing, do I know enough, or could I tell by what he said? Like, if is that a truthful thing, or is he intentionally exaggerating? Does Revan know?
You would have had some dealings with Iran. Why don't you make me like a history check?
I'll even let you roll on it because I do feel like he was intentionally trying to downplay what he did think was probably a decent sized achievement because that does sound like it would be a lot, but I would actually let you be the kind of
Yeah.
The
Final call
Iran
there.
flying for 3 weeks straight is going to have massive pecs.
Mhm.
Because it's just this motion for almost a month.
Or
I'm gonna overrule the dice. And just say, even though you're not very familiar with Iran or their history, 3 weeks sounds like a really long time to be flying. Like an incredibly long time.
And like without sleep and stuff.
Yeah, you
well,
have.
but did he say non-stop, or just that he made a 3 week flight?
Oh, it's over the
Like,
ocean.
I guess I
That's
didn't
not stop.
assume he meant non-stop.
Oh.
Yeah, there's nothing between the where the peak is or where the nest is and here. It is just literally open ocean.
He albatrossed it.
Right, I mean, birds go out to sea and fly long distances. They can float, and
Revan gets it. He's not impressive. Anyway, I would say he
well, especially
resides.
being a sailor. I mean, you see birds out at sea, and if you're any kind of like fishing vessel or something, you're going to see them even further out. And
To a point, though.
Yeah, gulls don't go to the open ocean.
gulls absolutely go over the open ocean.
I don't think so.
They
They
go a ways offshore.
They go,
Right.
yeah, like hundreds of miles though. And I know that, and I'm so confident in saying that only because I have watched every episode of Deadliest Catch for the last like 17 seasons, and they go 300, 400 miles out to sea, and they're swarmed by gulls
yeah.
as they're pulling in fish.
Adam is 12 gulls in a trench coat.
Confirmed. All right.
And they'll be out there in the middle of storms and you know hundreds and hundreds of miles out from. Anyways, so that's why I was asking, like, not did it fly nonstop for 3 weeks, but okay. Anyways, we've gone far enough into that line of questioning.
He's staying there.
He didn't say where he was staying.
I'll find him.
He said that he'd be here to help. But that was all.
Yes, if you're thirsty, he'll bring you water.
This rivalry is fantastic.
I'm looking forward to this.
It's only gonna get dumber. It's only gonna get so much dumber, I promise.
But those are the two who will be helping tomorrow. They're the first real adventurous types that have come through. Everyone else has been more in favor of manual labor, helping to continue the wall that you guys were able to defend on your first day here.
Hey, well, if you've nothing else for us, Magister, I'd be interested in going to find this Kali today and having a word with her.
I don't know if you'll be able to find her. And I don't know how much more I want to say until she speaks with you tomorrow. Or as soon as you guys are able to make this mission. I hope that it would be tomorrow. Time is of the essence. But if you're not able to make it work tomorrow, then we can try hopefully soon.
Assuming no extreme circumstances, I don't see why tomorrow wouldn't work.
All right.
Or you recommended that I not go looking for her today, then?
I don't think you'd find her. In full honesty. She doesn't want to be seen. If you
Let's
want,
assume.
if that doesn't
I'm trying to figure out if the DM doesn't want me to waste time looking for her, or if the Magister is just trying to dissuade me for unknown reasons of his secrecy.
You've made this awfully mysterious. It's almost as if you're trying to cause us all to try and seek her out.
Right. You're only making me want to go seek her more, but I can't tell if you're being a DM and being like, just don't waste your time. Don't bother doing this.
As all sticks his head out of the window and looks for her.
You don't even know what she looks like. Oh, I guess that you would have seen her walk past.
She can't be far. She was just here.
Let's
go
You guys
and
have been
track her
talking
down.
for like a half hour to the Magister at least. She could be halfway across town by now.
If she is going to find us tomorrow, regardless, there's no need to rush it.
Yes.
She has her reasons for not wanting to be seen. Again, once you hear her story tomorrow from her, it'll make more sense.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow then.
All right.
Is there a preferable time you'd like us to meet here?
I don't know. I'm not exactly the military strategist. Perhaps if you are going to try and find Jason Verneth, the town guard captain that you spoke with before, to get some goods for council, perhaps he would know what time would be best. And either you can have him come and tell me, and once you agree on a time, or you can come and tell me yourself.
Very well.
All right.
Until
Let
then.
the Magister adieu.
Thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure.
I make sure Felix has his 2 green alchemite. Just to didn't leave it on the table or something.
Yeah, he's got his own.
Oh, yeah.
As we go to head outside, I turn to the group. I'll meet you back at the Wolf and Hound later today.
Indeed, I'm going to the temple to resupply.
I head to the harbor.
Okay.
Felix is going to head to Eric, the trader, and let him know that he's not looking for blue alchemite anymore. He doesn't need to request it.
But I got all the thalcomite for you.
Yeah, Eric says, okay.
Best roll
Yep,
play.
that's
You
all.
see him like basically take out a little like ledger almost and kind of cross off your name.
And then Felix is probably gonna go to Jones and see if she's still there. I forget. Was she leaving today?
She did say that she was leaving in the morning. Yes.
We'll see if she's still there, and then just go to the tavern. If not,
Okay. Anybody else wanted to do anything specific?
Probably go to the tavern and wait, but I think Tizal would want to go talk to Jason.
Okay. Wander.
Yeah, if Tizal is going to talk to Jason, I'll go with Tizal.
Okay. And I assume Council, you are also going that way.
No, Council's gonna
Oh,
go to
you're
the
going
temple.
to the temple first. That's right. Okay.
Assuming Tizol and Wanda say they're gonna go visit Jason, then he will trust them to handle that.
Okay. So you, since Jason is usually also around the center of town near the temple, we can say that we'll do Tizal and Council first, or Tizal and Wander first.
Cool. Yeah.
So you get to the town square. At this point, you're still with everybody. You haven't broken off yet. But at this point, Revan heads off. Felix goes to talk to a merchant that he had spoken with previously. And you see Jason walking around town. You do notice he's not quite strutting in the way that he was before, but he is still making the rounds, wearing the like Crocodile Dundee-esque outfit that he had on before.
Is he, when you say he's not strutting, is he just walking around with a little bit more weight on his shoulders than he used to?
No. He make me an insight check.
Sylvester just wander.
If you're wondering as well, sure.
I am,
17.
yeah.
14,
17.
17.
My word, 10? I have not rolled above
a
a
10 tonight.
I have not gotten above a 15 tonight. 14 was the highest I've rolled.
You wonder. You notice it's more like a limp than anything else.
It was because he got
stabbed through the
he got
gut with
impaled.
a harpoon, right?
He did.
The last fight, he got
Oh, that wasn't his
impaled by a
leg,
harpoon.
though. I mean, half my
Okay.
face is missing. Dude needs to suck it up.
Are you telling us that?
What? No. I can't suck anything up. Half of my face is missing. I drink like a dog.
Oh,
Like sideways.
yeah, we'd approach.
Okay, yeah, you find Captain Vernon. Upon seeing you, he approaches you as well, kind of sees you across the courtyard, sees that you're walking towards him, walks towards you. Again, with a kind of it's not like a full body limp, but you notice like when he steps, there is a little bit of gingerness, just kind of in the natural like swaying motion of walking. Meets you, said, "G'day. Nice to see you blokes again."
Good to see you as well, Jason. We just got finished talking with the Magister, and apparently there's an outing scheduled to go to the beacon to reclaim it. Is that accurate from your understanding?
All right, yeah. Does he know when that's going to be?
Was it tomorrow?
Yes, it will be tomorrow. We were sent to coordinate with you, Captain,
on when we should attack.
Oh, certainly. Well, the non-do seem to be more active in the daylight. Perhaps it'd be better to go in the early morning hours. Catch them by surprise.
What did you say was more active during the daylight?
The non,
Oh, non. Sorry.
the sea folk.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I misheard.
They're more active during the daylight, so it'd be better to get out there before they wake up. If we can catch them while they're sleeping, the intel that we've got says there's quite a few of them out there, and more every day. So, if we can deal with less of them, certainly that'd be better. By my estimation.
So, are you suggesting that we should travel during the night and get there right at dawn, or perhaps leave at dawn? How early do you think we could rally the troops, so to speak?
I think it potentially depends on how you want to approach the situation. If you want to go more the stealth route, certainly getting in earlier to sneak past them while they're sleeping, catch them with their pants down. Earlier would be better. If you're looking to perhaps fight and take out more of them, then maybe a little later is not too bad. Either way, I'd say if you're going more the sneaky route, I wouldn't get there later than 4 a.m. If you're going more of the fighting route, maybe 6 or 8 would be alright.
What would be more beneficial to Oren? Us lighting the beacon and potentially not killing as many as we could, or taking out more and lighting the beacon?
Well, that's a good question. I think that the more that are in the city, obviously, like in this square, they will. When the beacon turns on, I assume that they'll be trapped in here. Maybe I don't know how it works. So then they'd be left for me and the rest of the town guard to wipe out. So if you and your talents wanted to take out more of them, might not hurt.
Safe to assume that if the beacon would lock them in, that the beacon would also stop more.
Stop what? Sorry,
Stop
you got a little
more.
quiet.
Stop more non from coming in to the city.
Well, that's the plan. It's the goal. That's why we're doing it.
Though, if we were to turn on the beacon first, it could stop reinforcements from coming into the city to assist those already within the walls.
Yeah, I reckon. I do think if you're going more the fighty route, certainly that'd make it harder on you, right? Because
Yes.
you'd have more danger immediately, at least. Meanwhile, if you're going more the sneaky route, it might be harder on you to escape. Because once you light the beacon, certainly they're going to wake up. They're going to know what's going on, and they're going to be in a fighting spirit, I reckon.
The stealth route is sounding more and more appealing to me. Obviously, we'd need to get quite the early start, but I don't think that would be too difficult to orchestrate.
Here's a potential wrench in the plan. The beacon, where it's located, is submerged underwater. So, I don't know how stealthy you are underneath the waves. If you're not, then it's kind of a moot point.
How far beneath the water?
Only about maybe 30, 40 feet. And he kind of like points out to the outer rim of the town. He says, they're as high as these walls. Just continues around the city. It's at the base of one of those.
You do happen to be in a bit of luck. We do have a couple of members of our party who can make their way down into the water. And I think we'd have a reasonable chance of doing so quite stealthily.
Certainly that'd be helpful.
This is shaping up to be a very interesting little outing. One other point, member of our party council typically has heavy armor that he wears, and if you've seen him recently, you've noticed that he is severely lacking in the armor department.
What happened to his other armor?
There was an incident with a boat that we try not to talk about.
A boat?
It was safe to say the armor's at the bottom of the ocean.
Interesting. Make me a deception check.
Isn't that what happened? Or am I remembering?
No.
No.
He
No,
hulked out of his armor.
No, I'm still wearing it. I lost my shield. and
It's
the
from him
hand crossbow.
transforming.
Yeah.
Did
yeah.
He lost the shield and
was-
bow off the side of the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, did Wander not even know that he was lying?
That was not deception.
Okay,
Yeah.
Then never mind. Don't roll for anything.
I'm telling the truth.
Make me a persuasion check, I guess. Just keep the same roll. What'd you get?
I rolled a 1.
He just looks at you and says, "That's right and believable, but I don't mind. You don't have to tell me what happened to his armor."
Look, I'm doing my best here. I don't understand why any of you fleshy folk have all these pieces of underground rocks all over your bodies, pieces of dead animals just hanging everywhere. I don't understand it. I am perfectly comfortable with my own body. I don't know why you all are so ashamed of every inch of skin on yourselves. So don't expect me to keep track of all the motivations around that.
Dizzle throws up a high five.
Amazing.
My friend needs some metal crap outside of his body, and he was under the impression that you could possibly assist him in that venture.
Certainly, I think that we could. I know that we've got some reserves for folks looking to enroll in the town guard. So I reckon we'd be able to find him some. You said that you're going out on this venture tomorrow morning. So probably best to get it to him later today. You're all staying down at the Wolf and Hound, right?
Aye.
All right. I'll have one of my guys drop it by later.
If you have any weapons I could potentially use from it, well, they would be beneficial.
Weapons from a distance?
Yes.
Well, if you're going to be down in the water, it doesn't much make sense to fight at a distance.
We might have to come up. We might have to come up out of the water. No.
That's fair. All right. Yeah, I might be able to gather up a bow and arrow or something.
So, are we planning? We are planning the stealth approach. We will tell the rest of the group and we will plan to venture north 4 a.m.
Alright. I think that makes sense. If that's what you're thinking to go.
Okay. We will let you know if plans change, but that would be it for now.
Alright.
Just to clarify, we're talking about departing at 4 a.m.?
That's what he said, right? Jason said that he thought that would be best.
No, he said to get there at 4 a.m.
Oh, I misunderstood. Okay, yeah, no. Get there 4 a.m. Depart at 3 a.m.
If you were to leave the Magister's Tower, you'd probably have to leave like 2:30, maybe even earlier.
Right, let's plan and leave at 2 to get there for 4. Give us buffer room.
Yeah.
Boy, sounds like real life.
Yeah.
It's a heck of a commute.
Terrible traffic. Absolutely awful.
Probably no traffic, but it's all highway driving.
The winter it triples your commute time.
It's true. All right.
Okay.
We'll get that taken care of for council and yourself. Anything
Thank
else
you.
I can do for you?
I think that's it. Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Safe travels, safe going tomorrow, whatever you end up doing, whenever you end up doing it.
Are you
Do you-
are you not coming?
Oh, no, I'm still recovering from the last time I went out on an adventure with all you. I'm feeling a little banged up.
Say this as if it is our fault, but
Oh, I don't blame you at all. No, if anything, you guys are the reason I'm still here to be banged up. Rather than, drown, shish kebab, whatever.
A drunk Bob.
think about.
Indeed. Will you be sending any members of your guard along with us?
No. Especially if you're going to be going the stealthy route.
Fair enough. The fewer the better. In that sense.
All right.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. See ya.
By
He kind of walks off. You see him walk over to another group of guards that's just kind of standing near the edge of the mart. He talks with them. You see him kind of pointing in different directions. And you guys, after you were done, what were you doing?
back to I guess the market or Wolf and Hound.
So you're in the
Wanna bring
market
you-
right now.
Oh, I would wait for council to come out of the temple then, knowing that he's going to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll hang out.
Okay. Council.
I go into the temple
Okay.
gingerly. I kind of pause at the doorway for a bit and then kind of look around and step in and wait to see if anything happens and then keep walking.
Okay.
It feels like he's gonna get smote, you know?
Sure. Sure. So walking into the temple, which you have been in at least once before, or been past once before. I think that you guys went into this temple.
I think it was only Revan. Oh no, we did go in to inspect the statues and stuff.
Yeah.
Yep. The door.
Yeah, you wandered
This
in.
is the one where Revan was found. So
Yep.
we were all in here before.
No, because
Found.
he was walked out of here by old Tim and
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Captain Reichert.
He came in to try and open the door.
Yep. Yeah. So when you open the doors, you see it is very much what it was before. It's darker in here than it is obviously outside. At kind of the pinnacle of the sun right now, it's close to noon. You can see that there is where the temple kind of comes up. There is a portion near the top of the temple where it is pillars that basically connect up to the cap of the temple. So there is a fair amount of sunlight that comes in there.
Okay.
But indirectly.
I
And you can see that it's laid out very much the way it was before. There are pews with sick and injured people on them, and there are different clerics tending to people.
I find the closest person who looks like they know what they're doing.
Sure. It doesn't take you more than a couple steps before you see there is an elderly hewn woman, gray hair. She's got kind of a bonnet on that's pulled her hair back, wearing like a very light blue kind of dress. She does have an apron on, which does have some different stains on it. You can tell just bodily functions.
Yeah.
From other people. And she, you stop and talk to her. She says, "Well, what can I do for you?"
I beg your forgiveness for interruptions, but I was hoping to acquire some medicinal supplies.
What are you looking for, darling?
Bandages, disinfectant salves, things to ward off infection. Perhaps some sort of rubbing alcohol as well.
All right. Let me see what I can find. How about you have a seat over here? And she kind of like points to an open chair next to a wall, basically.
Please take your time.
She goes off for 5-10 minutes. She kind of comes back with her arms kind of like full of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
She says, I don't know exactly what you're looking for, but I do have, and she takes out some like cloth bandage. She has some like a small metal or a glass jar that's full of some kind of clear liquid inside of it. She says that's the alcohol that you requested. And she pulls out just some like tweezers and like a like little pair of scissors or whatever to cut the fabric. Basically, like everything that would be in like a medicinal kit.
Cool. I greatly appreciate this on such short notice. Is there anything I can do for you in return?
No. What? Is there something that we can help you with if you're needing all this?
Unfortunately, it is of a nature that may cause harm if exposed to others. It's better dealt.
She takes a step back. She says, "Are you infectious?"
No. Think of it as an unknown that I'd rather not expose others to.
Oh, I'm sorry I don't have anything stronger to help you with.
This should be enough. Thank you. If you ever need anything, please ask for counsel. I will aid you as best I can.
Your name's Counsel.
Right.
All right. Good luck with whatever ails you.
I hope your days are peaceful and clean. He looks around and nods before leaving.
Okay.
Is there a washroom in the tavern?
Yes.
There's like a tub that I can take a bath in and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. He's gonna go there, barricade the door, and basically do full body cleaning with the bandages and the alcohol and try and keep things as clean as possible, properly wrap his face, and then put his and then clean his balaclava and his clothes and stuff as well.
Okay.
Yeah. And then that's it.
Okay. So yeah, when you exit the temple, you do see that council or that Wander and Tizal, they're still talking to Captain Verneth.
Okay.
But they wrap up shortly thereafter. They see you, and you guys make your way back to the tavern together.
My goodies in my backpack.
Okay, cool. Felix, you were just going back to the tavern? Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, Captain Revan.
Yes.
You make your way down to the dock.
Mm-hmm. So all the while, so can you give me a general description of Callie? What did she look like?
What you can recall is she had very silver hair that was down behind her back, like off one side. One side of her head shorn. She had like bright blue piercing eyes. Other than that, she was female. Very angular features, but yes, hewn.
And silver hair because she's older, or just silver hair in general, kind of thing, or could I have guessed her age?
She was certainly younger than you from appearances.
Okay. Okay. So, and did she have any tattoos or anything that were noticeable that I could see?
No, like perfectly clear skin.
Okay. So keeping my eye out for her, like very much, like going above and beyond, like trying to see every person I'm passing, especially the closer I get to the harbor. Um, and then is there like I can't remember, is there like a dock master or harbor master?
There is, yeah. Lex Crowley is the dock master.
Oh, Lex Crawley, that's right. So yeah, I would also be looking for him to speak to him.
Okay. When you go to find him, you see what previously Tizal saw. You see an elderly man sitting with his gray hair at a small desk, and he has a parasol basically over him that's kind of protecting him from the sun. And he is writing in a ledger, and there's a long line of people that are lined up in front of him, waiting to talk to him.
I'll get in line and wait.
Okay. It takes probably the better part of 2 hours to go through the whole line. When you finally do get through everyone, you hear, the couple of people who are around you talking. They are mentioning the things that, they're just making small talk amongst each other, what they are, what they're doing here, where they came from, what island they're from, what their kind of story is, what they did back there, what they're planning on doing here, what, where they're going, that kind of stuff. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, over the course of that 2 hours, if the people around me, I would make small talk with them, but also ask, have you seen this woman?
Oh, okay. No one that you speak to has seen that woman. No.
Okay. And beyond that, I'll just wait to get to the front of the line.
Okay. When you get up to the dock master, his eyes are down. You can see that he's just finishing up writing something previously. Upon finishing, he takes off his spectacles and he looks up at you and says, "Name?" "Oh, you've been here before."
Aye.
"Captain something, right?"
Aye, Revan. Captain Revan.
"Captain Raven, yes." He kind of flips back a couple pages in his ledger, and he finds you. "Oh, yes. What can I do for you?"
I'm hoping you can help me. I'm trying to find someone new to Orin. Her name is Kali. She's a bit younger than me, long silver hair and piercing blue eyes. I believe she would have come through here quite recently.
"Callie, you said?" He begins.
Sorry, I lost you for a second there.
"Callie,
What'd you say?
said?"
Aye.
He, again, kind of licks his finger and flips back through. He says, "No, I don't have anyone by that name here."
And you've not seen a Alas, matching that description, have you?
No,
Hmm.
no, I haven't. I don't believe there's anyone in this town by that name.
And why do what makes you so certain that there's no one by that name here?
And he kind of gestures down to the book in front of him. He says, everyone who enters into the town through this dock's name is written in this book. And I don't have that name written anywhere. So
Well-
unless she gave you a fake name, or she gave me a fake name, I have no record of a Callie.
Aye. That makes sense. I got her name from the Magister, so perhaps somewhere along the line there was a bit of miscommunication.
He usually has a pretty good sense for when people are lying to him. So
That's what I figured.
I don't. She must have come into town some other way.
Perhaps. Well, I appreciate your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. He puts his spectacles back on and kind of gestures for the next person to step forward.
I'd want to spend considerable more time just roaming the harbor, kind of looking around. Not really bugging total strangers, but if there's anyone who seems to be more prominent or they're like a worker type person who would be, I don't know, working for the Magister or the harbor or something like that, maybe asking them.
Okay. Mostly what you find down at the harbor is just kind of labor. People who are taking things off of ships, putting things onto ships. They're mostly other folk that are on or are part of some ship's crew. There are a couple like local dock workers, but none of them seem to be like have any ranking. They all just kind of like report to the dockmaster, Lex Crowley.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'd like to try and find the rest of the group then, knowing the guys who went to the temple heading that direction. Do I go by the Wolf and Hound on my way there?
No. So if you're looking at the map, here's where the harbor is. The temple is straight west in the middle of town. The Wolf and Hound is down here.
Okay, and the magic. Okay. All right. Well, I'll just go back to the Wolf and Hound. I'll wait for tomorrow.
Instead of going towards the temple?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You take the... I'm assuming you would take this shortcut then, the diagonal road to the Wolf and Hound?
Yes.
So you could either do this right angle or you could just take the straight road.
Is there a road that goes due south first and then able to cut left?
Along the wall.
Yeah.
There's not a road, but there's
Okay.
also no buildings that like go up against the wall. So there is kind of just like a clear path.
I would go due south first.
Okay.
Yeah, and then cut west.
Okay. You then walk south along the wall. Is there anything in particular you're looking for, or?
Well, other than watching for this woman that I met earlier, not necessarily.
Okay. You do
Definitely
notice-
curious about glancing out to the sea as well, I guess, just for the sake of longing.
So the sea, this inner wall is identical to the outer wall, in that it is like 30 feet high.
So I can't see.
Yeah, so you can't see
Okay.
out to the sea.
Okay, that's fine.
One of the things you do notice, because the harbor is... Oh, shoot. here. Let me point back here. So this road, it doesn't match up like perfectly. The harbor is actually slightly north. You do notice at the end of this road, at the top of this wall, there is another bell tower.
Oh.
Just kind of something to note.
Does it look like the others?
Yeah.
Am I so noticing it? Is there any guards there or anything when I approach it, or if I'd like to approach it?
Yeah, so you can see that there are 2 guards that are standing on either side of it. As well, there is like a thick barricade that is up against the door.
Okay, they're clearly trying to keep people out or something in. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep walking.
Okay. You keep walking, and it's really unremarkable for the rest of the walk. You have this big, tall wall to the left of you, and you see like the back sides of buildings all along the way until you reach this next street that goes over to the Wolf and Hound. When you get there, everybody's already there.
All right. And I join them and share what I got up to for the day. Probably order an ale, some food.
Okay. Anything you guys want to do before the evening?
Do you guys share all the things that you did?
Yeah.
Like
It's 9:04.
Yeah.
In interest of
Yep, I know.
time, do we want to leave? Basically, I think Tizal would bring everyone up to speed on what the plan is. But if we want to RP more of the conversation, maybe hold off.
Just for the sake, so you have things to prepare for next time, Spencer. Council absolutely wants to know as much about the coming battle as possible. Like, how close are the walls to the beacon? What's the best way to approach? What are the areas of density of the non? From like what's the closest point of land to the beacon in the water? Are we only going to be joined by these extra 2 people, the Aron and the lady? General numbers and the basic terrain, that kind of stuff. So, just a heads up, there will be many questions and battle planning.
Okay.
And I've got one question that I would ask to the group too before we wrap things here. As you tell me about your visit to Verneth, the Magister mentioned 2 others who would be joining us tomorrow. But he also mentioned he didn't know for sure if tomorrow would be the day. So if we're to go tomorrow, how are these others to know when to meet us and where? They don't know the day. They don't know the time.
The Magister told us to report to him once we knew the details, or to tell Verneth to report to him.
Yes.
Assuming we did not tell Verneth to report to the Magister, one of us will have to go visit him soon.
We want to confirm the plan with the group, and then we will tell the Magister, who will inform the others.
We can do this next time, but Revan volunteers to go talk to the Magister.
Okay.
That night or like when? That evening?
Yeah, if they told us the plan was
plans.
to go early in the morning, then he's volunteering.
He did also say that when you had confirmed with Captain Verneth, that Captain Verneth could also speak with the Magister and tell them.
Okay.
But we didn't tell Verneth that. So
Correct. We didn't confirm with Verneth. We said let's plan on this. We'll talk to the group. If the group agrees, then we'll move forward.
Okay.
Because the plan is to go the stealthy route, but someone may have something to say about that, and I figured we'd let the group decide.
I assume in 30 minutes in-game time, after some discussion, Revan will go chat with the Magister.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I would, like Alex said, I would love to know kind of more details about the area because, like, if Vernoth is saying once we activate the beacon, it's going to lock things in, I would like to know what that area is, because in Tizal's mind, it'd be easy to get in, light the beacon probably, and get out to draw them back out to the larger group. But not knowing enough about the surrounding areas, maybe that's not a good idea.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. Well, that's all then. We're wrapped up.
Right. Great session.
Sorry there wasn't any action or anything
Oh, that's fine.
after like
I
a
missed-
month off.
Can't
I
have
missed
action
our-
every session, otherwise it'd get
I missed-
boring.
I missed RPing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was fun.
We did basically have an entire session of roleplay and fist fights last time, so this was
True.
a nice chat.
Mm-hmm.
Man, so many questions. So
Mhm.
many questions. Council's
When do
face
we-
is falling off.
That's true. When are we playing again next, Spence? Do you have any idea?
6 months.
No, so it'll probably be.
8 months.
Let's see here.
Never again.
Honestly, it'll probably be like a month. I think the earliest I could play would be July 22nd.
I figured, yeah. I mean, that's
Yeah.
even if you're unpacked and comfortable at that point.
Right.
I mean,
It'd be-
so we move into our new house on the 14th.
Oh gosh.
So that
So-
would give us a week and a day.
So maybe, yeah, I mean, if
Good
you're
time.
comfortable, yeah. But if
Let's
So you
plan
could play
for
the
August.
15th.
if it's a month, yeah, if it's a month and
I don't even know if
2
I'll have
weeks.
internet the 15th. I hope I will.
Let's
Right.
plan for August.
We'll be back
Okay.
before then.
I think.
I guarantee it.
Okay.
Heck yeah. Dude, you guys are going to have the fight of your lives next session. I can't have you not be there. Oh, I'm going to stop streaming now so people don't hear this. All right,
Bye, everyone.
everybody.